And the book stories become magical when the ideas are discovered and transformed from the experiences. Experiences are moments that are crafted in the beauty of perfection. Perfection is nothing but an attempt towards professionalism. There's an adage that goes like, if you could read faces, you could read minds as well. What an irony. Standing here on the dais, I see thoughts popping in your minds to a wholesome and phenomenal mindset. We are gathered here to bring a change that comes from learning and sharing experiences. Let us come together to spark the journey of comprehension. That being said, let us commence the day off with the lighting of the lamp.
We request Dr. Vandana Sonwane, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Operations and Management, Dr. Yashomandira Karve, Corporate Relations Head, Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Mr. Varindra Kumar Verma, Head HR Strategy and Transformation, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Mr. Vikram Sharma, Vice President, HR Strides Pharma, Ms. Aundrilla Day, Convener, hrsummit 2023 Nasik Chapter, Prateek Ranjan, Convener, hrsummit 2023 Delhi Chapter. Please grace us with your presence. Now, I request the dignitaries to please take It all started with a dream to take HR Summit 2023 to the zenith of success. The Nasik chapter has been one of a kind. We are thankful to the industry leaders for gracing us with their presence at our college campus in Nasik. Talking about the success of the event, since we have accomplished a part of it, let's live the memories again. Requesting the IT team to please walk us through the journey covered so far in the HR Summit 2023. This is truly an amazing experience. Thanking the IT team for a beautiful play. Vision is an art of seeing what is invisible to others. The vision of HR Summit has always been apprehended over immersive experience, encompassing a wide array of keynote speeches, panel discussions, and networking opportunities. The 2023 chapter of HR Summit hovers over the propitious theme of HR Nexus where connections thrive.
There have been uncertainties, there have been disruptions. Together, we have fought battles. Together, we have overcome situations that once were frightening. Hybrid work culture is what we can easily recall. But the best part of an uncertainty is the certainty of having it at some point in time. And who knows better than the HR leaders present with us today in the arena, who drove such positive changes towards organization success and productivity. A big round of applause for all the visionary leaders in the house. Chetna, how excited are you today for the Delhi chapter of HR Summit 2023?
I am elevating over clouds, Ankesh.
Certainly, so what we all are. The steps towards automation and data analytics to streamline processes in effective workforce management have been phenomenal. The database decision making has become the new normal in figuring out how HR professionals drive the organizations towards the zenith of success. The thought process of inculcating the need for technology articulates the stories the HR leaders have written in the golden words. Today, we seek to discuss the ideology of incorporating HR technology to elevate and enhance various aspects of human resources management under the theme Ascent, climbing the ladder of HR tech evolutions. Chetna, what is the one learning you have taken away from the HR Summit 2023 so far?
Well, learning is a never ending experience. But since you asked about one, I would say we rise by lifting others.
Certainly. At this hour of the day, we would like to take a moment to introduce our wonderful sponsors to you. Skoda, our official title sponsor. AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor. Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner. Badinath, our official gifting partner. Radio Viswas, our official radio partner.
Tanu's Herbals, our official beauty partner. Outlook, our official magazine partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Mojoko, our official drinking partner. Chloia, our official beauty partner. The People Management, our official HR media partner.
Startup Talkie, our official media partner. Unstop, our official outreach partner. Magic Dust, our official skincare partner. DUB, our official media partner. Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner. Noah Fest, our official event listing partner. And Certify Me as our official digital credentials partner. We extend our sincere thanks to all the wonderful sponsors for their support.
In a world saturated with information, visualization is the beacon that guides viewers through to the storm of content. With this, I request the IT Infra team to please play the corporate video.
Disruptions to the globally interconnected value chains, whether due to the pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, natural calamities, inflation, or technological inventions, have forced business organizations to re-examine and reimagine the long-established practices. Businesses across the globe are busy accelerating their transformation initiatives to address the new age vulnerabilities. Most organizations foresee a significant shift in their supply chain strategies in response to the crisis. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, SIOM, Nashik, under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, is a forerunner in the field of operations and supply chain. fueling the operations and supply chain talent pool for the industry since 2005.
SIOM pulsates with the vision of empowering and leading operations management for industry excellence and community at large. Organizations' health and sustainability today depends exclusively on its supply chain efficiencies and resilience. And as a niche institute in operations management, we feel responsible towards it.
With almost 1.5 decades of meaningful existence as India's pioneering institute offering MBA in operations, SIOM is synonymous to an operational excellence hub today. Augmenting industry requirements in response to the pandemic, SIOM's operations excellence integrates its expertise with the technology levers required to build a supply chain resilience in automation, robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence in building the necessary skill sets in these areas.
Our flagship program, that's MBA in operations management, has an industry acclaimed curriculum, a very high project content where students get an opportunity to learn in an experiential manner. This program is also collaborated with industry for its various courses like Six Sigma, project management, and many others.
Students take on live projects ranging from resource optimization, waste reductions, supply chain strategies, procurement and material handling, logistics network design, contingency planning, order fulfillment, inventory management, forecasting, supply and demand planning, and many more. Designed specifically for engineers, the dynamically curated MBA Operations Management Program course enables students to meet the updated industry competencies and capabilities, settling the needs of diverse sectors of the economy and grab lucrative profiles. We proudly appreciate our association with companies for campus placements, SAPs, and live projects. To extend its expertise to sectorial requirements and fill the void of operations professionals in the agribusiness sector. Exploiting its strategic location base at Nashik, SIOM launched an unparalleled MBA in Agri Operations in 2022, crafted to equip students with a comprehensive understanding, expertise in various aspects of the aggressively growing agritech and agribusiness operations. The carefully constructed curriculum addresses the competency and skill needs in the agri-operations field. Our holistic and multidisciplinary approach for students' learning includes technical expertise, leadership values, and social sensibility initiatives, resulting in ever-growing credibility amongst corporate recruiters. Industry interface is strategically woven with each endeavor, be it admissions, guest lectures, projects, internships, flagship event, the hrsummit, consulting conclave, e-talks, mega cultural fest Drishti, TEDx, Fundant, and Operations Summit. SIOM confers the Operations Excellence Championship OPEX Champion title every year to the best industry performers in operations. SIOM provides customized certifications and training programs.
SIOM is one-stop shop for everything related to operations management. May it be projects, consultancy, knowledge sharing, and many others. I invite you to collaborate with us. Come, let's engage.
Thank you, team, for the beautiful video.
Moving ahead, it has been said that the challenge of the future is more exciting than the stories of the past. The transformative past had a person, a woman who led down this institution's brick. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Vandana Sonwane as a founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. She shifted to academics 28 years back after 12 years of corporate experience in the electronics, FMCG, and services sectors, with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics, service enhancement, sales and operations, supply chain management, and consulting.
Under her leadership, SIOM has backed the Best Industry Interface and Best Industry-Oriented Curriculum Awards every year since 2009. SIOM also received the prestigious Education Excellence Award from the Confederation of International Accreditation Commission Forum in Delhi and Pride of Maharashtra Award from Maharashtra Industrial and Economic Development Association. Dr. Sonwane is a recipient of Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research, Outstanding B-School Director Award by AIMS International, and Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence by All India Achievers Foundation, New Delhi. Last year, she was conferred with India Parik 50 Women in Education Award by the World Education Congress. She is currently on the CII Maharashtra Manufacturing and Innovation Task Force and on the National Advisory Board of the SME Chamber of India. Dr. Sonwane acts as an independent director on the company boards. She was on the grand jury of ASSOCHAM's CSR Corporate Awards. Her keen drive for competency building, technology-oriented, and corporate-linked learning systems has been the game changer. With a vision of empowering and leading operations excellence for industry and the community at large, she pledges to constructively fuel transformation and leadership competencies to medium and small firms. It's an honor to have you lead us, ma'am. Over to you.
Very good morning to all of you. And thank you so much for being with us on this very important day. It's my pleasure to welcome each one of you to the HR Summit 2023. I was telling my team that it's a great auspicious date today, 23/9/23. And particularly after having given a very agile response to the changes that happened due to G20 Summit, I'm very proud to present to you today's event here. HR Summit has really matured to a level where for the past 15 years, we've been hosting it in Mumbai and Delhi. 3 years back, we shifted it from Mumbai to Nasik. And this is one platform where we really want to interact with HR delegates and speakers to really talk about the latest things that are happening and which impacts HR and naturally hence operations and supply chain. So hence HR Summit becomes a very important melting point for great thoughts, great conversations, and of course, some very, very fantastic ideas to share amongst each other and take it back at workplaces. So this is one event that that is for the HR fraternity. We love so much. Thank you so much for taking care of organizations. And particularly today, as we talk of this topic, where we are connecting, people through technology, I think the challenge that we all have is how to really gel together the soft part and the hard part of management. Yeah, because we are talking of people and because we are talking of technology, how would the connections thrive? I was interacting with Nidhi and we were talking about how the pandemic has changed us, particularly because online and digital is so very comfortable for us. It's economic also in a way. Yeah, but ask me as an educationist, and I can't get the confidence unless I see people in flesh and blood in front of me. The conversations never really take meaning unless you really interact with people face to face. Having said that, technology is bringing in a lot of wonders to us, and hence we thought that we should have a small workshop for all of you to really play with the magic of AI and ChatGPT. Yeah, and hence the workshop by Nelson will be there post lunch, and I'm sure all of you will enjoy that particular event too. I'm very blessed to have speakers, great speakers today. And thanks to my team for having worked. And sorry if they have been pressurizing you too much, but all for a greater good, I must say. Thank you so much, all the speakers, Mr. Verma, Mr. Sharma, and Nidhi. And of course, we will be joined by many more in the due course. You are, as delegates, you are all going to have a great feast today. When these speakers with 20 plus years of experience come and talk to all of us and share their insights, their experiences about how things are being handled at their end. All of you know Symbiosis, of course, but when I come to the northern part of India, Symbiosis is Symbiosis Pune for most of the people. Yeah, it's not really so. Yeah, Symbiosis is a big educational institution. I'm very proud to introduce Symbiosis as a educational university founded by a teacher, not by a politician, not by an industrialist. Yeah, and that really keeps our philosophy and ethos so much grounded, where students and education becomes a focus. So 2005, we established this first dedicated Institute of Operations Management in Nasik, which is like 150 kilometers from Mumbai and Pune, very satellite town, I must say. Blessed to have great fresh air and wonderful landscapes. I always say that Nasik has 3 S's there. One is, of course, Shirdi, which most of the people, visit Nasik to. Sula is there. We are a wine capital of India. And of course, Symbiosis is there, the education pioneers in that sense. So I really welcome all of you to visit Nasik sometime. As a dedicated institute in operations management, we feel, like I said in the audio also, we feel really responsible to take charge of the operational excellence of organizations. Yeah. So this is also an effort to bring to the HR what magic or what wonders supply chain competencies can do to your organizations. We don't need to say so much today because we've experienced COVID and we've experienced overnight how supply chain agility matters a lot to organizations. And SIOM is one institute which is nurturing this. We also have a lot of training programs and MDPs coming forward and training people and corporates in the supply chain and operations excellence areas. Yeah. So welcome to this event. I'm so fortunate to have all of you here. I'm sure being a Saturday, we will be joined by some more delegates who might prefer to get up late today and then come for this conference. But, I'm sure we are going to enjoy this day. I wish you a very, very happy and learning experience. Please make the most of it. Let it be very participative. I'm sure even the speakers would like to interact with you. We've kept some good time for question and answers, and I really want you all to participate, come out with your curiosities, because ultimately, people are at the core of it all. And when the workforce came back from COVID, we all found ourselves around digital and AI and all these things. So we need to really make the most of the technology disruptions or evolutions that we are experiencing today. And today's most of these themes are around that. We also have a very dedicated women panel. Nothing special about women, I feel, but the whole point that they're all getting together and talking about their organizations and their experiences is going to be also very wonderful. Yeah. So wish you a welcome to this event and wish you all a very, very happy learning day. Thank you so much.
It has been an absolute pleasure for all of us to drive HR Summit 2023 on the road to success under your mentorship, ma'am. Thank you for your kind request. I request you to please listen to the session and for the excitement session ahead.
Every decision that drives change comes from a thought to fill a business gap with ideas that at times turn into success, and at times give us the learning. Learning is one of the practices that grow us in a holistic way. Since we have already grabbed our seats and minds, let's dwell more into exploring the pages that tell us the impeccable learning to create, collaborate, and elevate HR's journey to transformation. To highlight the same, allow me to introduce the first thought keynote of the day, Mr. Varinder Kumar Verma, Head, HR Strategy and Transformation, Maruti Suzuki India Limited.
Mr. Varinder Kumar Verma, an experienced HR transformation leader with more than 3 decades of prolific experience across different domain expertise in HR, in manufacturing, FMCG, farm and auto sectors, is currently associated with Maruti Suzuki India Limited in the role of Head HR Strategy and Transformation. Carrying with him a versatile experience in different domains of HR and business excellence, locations and positions erstwhile as Vice President and Country Head HR role are simple. His passion for driving excellence to create impact in business for business turnaround by bringing excellence in people and business processes for enhancing the overall human experience.
As the change catalyst for championing change with consistent endeavors for creativity and innovation, he constantly strives to review and redesign HR processes with human-centric use cases through technology-enabled transformation, namely automation, artificial intelligence, GenAI, virtual reality, and metaverse for continuous improvement for 3 E's, namely efficiency, effectiveness, and economy, along with the 3 C's, namely communication, compassion, and collaboration in the core. He completed his master's degree in business administration with a specialization in human resources. He holds a PhD specialization in labor laws, industrial relations, and personal management and yoga. He has also completed a management development program from IIM Calcutta, a strategic human resource leadership course, and holds EY sustainability certification.
He is a senior assessor for the CII XM HR Excellence Award for EFQM model and has assessed organizations, namely HUL, Tata Steel, and SS Steel. His passion involves vocal music, Santan Vedic Sanskriti, and facial diagnosis. He has also represented Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir chapters as the chairman of NIPM and a life member of NHRDN. The session will hop over a period of 35 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. I request the delegates to ask their questions at the end of the session with a raise of their hands. The stage is all yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I think Dr. Vandana has not offered them a nice cup of tea, the warm one. Good morning. That's better. Dr. Vandana, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management. It's indeed an honor to be amongst all of you to be sharing my thoughts on a very apt topic which Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management has taken today, which is on create, collaborate, and elevate. Now I'll start my session with one anecdote, not only in English, because हम भारतीय हैं तो हिंदी तो बनता है. Dr. Vandana touched upon the aspect of G20, and let me be very honest with you that a lot of work was done, 200 hours of marathon sessions. We in CII have been working on B20 as well, organizing sessions across India and working on diversity inclusion, and a lot of other topics, very topics were there. And let me be very honest that CII's lot of recommendations have been inducted in the G20 final document, which has been published. And big round of applause for entire team, which has worked for a longer duration. The anecdote says that now India is known everywhere. समंदर की लहरों को खामोश समझकर ये मत समझना कि उसमें रवानी नहीं। समंदर की लहरों को खामोश समझकर ये मत समझना कि उसमें रवानी नहीं है। हम जब भी उठेंगे तूफान बन के उठेंगे, बस उठने की हमने ठानी नहीं है। Big round of applause for all of you who are going to be creating history, and you create history, and you are going to create history. So that's what we are going to do it. The first and the foremost part, all right, you have touched another presentation. I think wrong presentation has been clicked. SIOM presentation, not this one. Just a minute. Presentation दूसरा है SIOM. Not this one. SIOM presentation. नहीं, desktop पे आ रही है, desktop पे. This one, SIOM. It's okay. Sorry for the disruption. It's wrong presentation, it's my bad. So I'll be touching upon the key aspects of 3 C's for impeccable human resource transformation for create, collaborate, and elevate. So first of all, let me share with you some statistics, because since we are talking about how Bharat is going to create history across the globe, and the Maruti has already created history in India, not only in India, abroad as well, the different areas. Some of the statistics I just want to share with you started in 1982. First Maruti 800 was launched in 1983. Current product portfolios of 18 brands with over 130 plus variants across India and abroad we are exporting. Companies market leader both in India and abroad. 40 years. What is different is in 40 years from 1 car to 2 million cars we have achieved. And in terms of, like, you people are all from operation management. In terms of efficiency, let me be sharing with you all with a great pride that in the next 7 years, we are going to be achieving another 2 million. In 40 years, 2 million, and coming 7 years, 2 million. You can see the kind of operational excellence which has been achieved by Maruti and how we are working on plugging and closing the smallest and the micro precision part of the excellence in the different processes in achieving efficiency. Rest is in financial year 2023, company turnover has crossed 1,10,000 crores. Big round of applause for Maruti. And this with total sales of 19.66 lakh units and 43% of market share, with talent resource comprising of 40,000 plus employees, both regular and non-regular. Maruti's strength is widest network of sales channels comprising 3,600 plus sales outlet, 2,300 plus cities, and service network of 4,500 plus service touch points in 2,300 cities. Maruti produces, can you imagine that how many cars in how much time one car is produced? Any guesses? This is written here. So 8 cars in a minute we are producing in a day. 8 cars in a minute. So that is being produced, and average inventory at a plant level, less than a day's inventory. So this is the state of efficiencies which we are working on. So what we need to now, the post achieving all those things in areas, and then some plants are working at, some areas and some assemblies are working at 96.6% efficiency also. So what is next? Scale of disruption, what is going on? Why, what we are facing? Complete industry, not only in auto industry, but every industry is facing scenario, volatile, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, VUCA. For that VUCA, we have created an HR called IDIOT. To counter the VUCA, there is a term, acronym, which we have created, means me personally analyze this, how we can deal with VUCA world. VUCA counter, is otherwise, but in terms of this, there are three aspects of human resource management. One, attract talent. Second is retain talent. Third is to motivate talent. So what we say in EDIAT is induct right, develop them right, operationalize them right, and treat them right. So this is how we have defined. There are two frameworks which were created. There are people from USA and there are other authors who have created this framework. One was the VUCA. VUCA was, of course, James Cassio, American anthropologist, said that, sorry, the VUCA was created by somebody else, but that was for basically to build strategies for the future. But then another came, the Bani world. Bani was created by James Cassio, American anthropologist, who said brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Just imagine the kind of environment wherein we are working and what is going to be the affair of, HR professionals, how to deal with those people and how to build competencies and capabilities of those people. And this is how we are using it. So we are using it, used by the business for identifying and emerging trends and opportunities for the innovations. So that's why, whenever we go into any conclaves and conferences, generally people say that what is your focus towards creativity and innovation? And it's not only in the auto industry, but everywhere, because with this kind of disruption, with this kind of Bani world, it's going to be very, very tough for all industry people. Convergence of HR, AI, ML, and VR, and generative AI, so-called metaverse, has the potential to revolutionize. And the way we work, interact, and learn, that is attraction, attention, and motivation of talent, is going to be the call of the day. Emerging technologies, because moonlighting and lot of attrition being called, and people are leaving, and attrition has gone in IT in a big way. Emerging technologies to optimize workforce potential with de-skilling, reskilling, and upskilling continue. Global data says AI market size valued at $62.35 billion in 2022, projected at $997.77 billion by 2028, growing at 42.2% CAGR from 2021 to 2028. Just imagine the scale of disruption which is going to place. Caution, go high tech for maximum value realization, but with high human touch. So that's we as HR professionals, we always say, when we are analyzing any digital product, see that what use cases we have from a human resource professional in terms of the employee's perspective, but not leaving our sight from a human touch perspective. Humans first is the approach while deciding any digital adoptions in any organizations. First, how we work in Maruti. Maruti, for digital transformations, what we do is first is to create demand of digitalizations. In Maruti, we have 3 Ds. What is this? Design, then develop, and then we deploy. But in terms of this, before designing any product of digitalization, we also make everybody in the organization, each stakeholder is made aware about the product which we are going to create. And then we seek their inputs about how it is going to be, improving or enhancing their overall experience as an employee, and how it will improve their efficiencies, how they can make their transactional activities redundant in order to improve their, enhance their quality of, thought process. Then design, develop, and deployment. And then we keep reviewing and keep improving our product once it is implemented. We don't leave it as it is. Next is what is going to change? Work, workplace, work practices, and above all, humanization is the next revolution. Work, of course, individuals to collaborative teams, it's moving in a different directions altogether. People are working on, virtual environment. Kind of people who are there in terms of workforce, the physical to physical and virtual, anywhere, anytime. We have hybrid, model as well. But other than hybrid, we also have the people who are working only virtually on some of the jobs, tasks which has been identified. Just imagine a manufacturing organization, the indirect departments, where it used to be that it is not practically possible to work from home. The COVID has taught us that how this disruption has taught us how we can create and make it happen. Now we are 15% of our workforce is work from home. They are permitted and bosses are entitled to get it done in order to have the flexibility at workplace. So this is how the dynamics of the workplace are changing. And similarly, workplace, you don't require desktop, table and everything. So you can do it from anywhere. You can sit in the restaurant and start working. You are traveling, you can do work as well. Same is true with work practices. You need to align all those policies, guidelines, and HR practices in line with what is changing in this world. And above all is humanization is the next revolution. Yes, of course. If you don't take care of them, they will not take care of you. So it's very, very important because with coming in the next industry 6.0 is covering all aspects of humanization, including ESG, environment factor, and how this AI ML is not going to impact the overall well-being of the humans. So this is the one slide which is very favorite of mine, how it looks like AI, bots, drones, business intelligence. So technology is coming for your job, but it is not as bad as it seems. VR, generative AI, AM, ML, and neural language programming and metaverse. So these are some of the things which are enablers, which are there to assist us. So don't get bogged up that technology is coming, then, people like some people were saying that, oh, this set of people will lose their jobs. That is not true. Only thing we need to do is we have to identify that what are those jobs we are becoming redundant. So let's train them, skill them, upskill them for the newer skills which are emerging skills. So that's what we have started in Maruti as well. And then engagement chatbots. A recent Gartner study, it was in 2022 data, which I'm still carrying, that AI will generate 2.3 million jobs, exceeding the 1.8 million that it would wipe out. It is coming to digitally assist you. So opportunity vis-a-vis challenges, redundancy of skills, skill updations rapidly. Skill is going to be the next currency. Plugging gaps for digitization, see that what processes can be automated and what are those processes, because in manufacturing also, we have an assembly line, the manipulators, we have the net runners, we have all technologies implemented on the shop floor, but there are some jobs which are very fine and tacit. Let me give you an example in the R&D where we have, dummy bodies, where body part injury analysis is done, or we have NVH, which is noise, voice, and harshness. So that sound part, sound experts, sound engineers, those things cannot be so finally captured and give you analysis of those things, which as a human you have to feel it. Yes, they can provide you a data, but artificial intelligence is okay. So what you need is a unique intelligence to find out the data, churn that data, and see what insights can be used for what action. So we have divided it into two parts. One is data, info, everything. Second is see what are the problem cases and find the problem, business problems, what business problem they can solve. Third is seeing that we are moving in a phased manner from descriptive to predictive to finally to prescriptive. More so on sensor-based analytics as well. So analytics is so advanced that we are working, but the analytics is being used for decision-making. Next step, which we want in certain areas we have already implemented, is that insights, data to insights, insights to decision, decisions to action also. So they are recommending actions, but as humans, we have to find out which action will be okay. At the same time, three aspects, different processes which will going to be affected is talent strategy to meet automation technology requirement. These are some opportunities. Changing L&D and capability building landscape. This is my most favorite subject. And I have been constantly focusing on it along with global SAP team. And I have been part of that core customers across India, which we share our inputs what can be done, how we can design curricula, how those cohorts can be created, how those, building. There is a concept called opportunity marketplace, of the talent, which SAP is using, but that module is yet to come. But beforehand, we have started preparedness in terms of building our digital platforms and making it skills. So we do it in a 3-way, which is 3S, we call it: skills, scale, and scalability. So I'll cover in the next slide. Quick investments and adaptation to automation and technology integrations, which is related to your operations management as well. Clustering of small and medium ancillaries or vendors in automotive sectors, aggregator business model. This is going to be there. And now we have been experiencing it. So basic game changers, creativity, commitment, and credibility is, let me connect it with, business. Cost and quality are the key differentiators. Higher market share, yes, everybody wants in businesses. Faster growth, who doesn't want? Stronger relationship for sustainability, because that is going to be the biggest game changer. And we are no more competing with the car companies now. So we are competing with the Googles of the world. Because with the infotainment being in the car, the new technology, and then the connected car, we are going to have entirely a different revenue generation models in automotive itself. We were surprised when first time I was told by my Japanese counterpart that, Verma-san, we want something different now. We don't want the traditional HR. Let's start working in that direction. Because the HR should think from the end customer's perspective, what end customer wants. If they know the business, then they can design, they can improve, they can build capabilities of their people so that they can produce a product for the desired customers, end customers use. Next is system driven. Of course, yes, then succeed every time. Sustainability is going to be the key differentiator. How to build them? Yes, of course, speed, agility is the need of the hour, but at the same time, ensuring that how fast you can change your processes to ensure that fast level with a great speed, you can move into the newer versions and also design your policies like that, which we call it as agile HR. Of course, HR is so dynamic, but at the same time, you need to build, you need some skill maturity level also to work on. So that lead time to be taken care, and then you can build capabilities. There are processes which we have already started working in, and how to sustain them. So that's what I was sharing, impact on the digital disruption, on how we can collaborate and transform. As the topic was create, collaborate, and elevate. Of course, the fourth industrial revolution, that's what I am saying. It's on humanizing resource, from human resource to humanizing resource. Analytics plays a key role in creating hyper productive and hyper connected and hyper innovative teams. Gig economy in HR, everybody knows it. It is a part of the known fact that liquid workforce and shared human resource. 1 hour I'll work here, 1 hour I'll go to Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management, and 1 hour I'll go to the pharma company for imparting my tacit knowledge. This is how people are working. The senior, I was amazed to see that there is a company in India which is providing gig assignments to senior HR professionals for coaching the CHROs, coaching the CEOs. So this is the change in the talent landscape. So what they do is, a new CHRO is appointed by the company. The company engages the old experienced professionals who have a tacit knowledge, who have experience and expertise in human resource management and industrial relations, to be with that gentleman, handhold him, and also keep coaching him so that his transition from transition to transformational leadership, his transition is smooth in the organization. So that's the kind of change in the landscape. So human resource versus human capital. So I always call it as a human capital, because resource depletes, capital appreciates. The more we get developed, the more skill we attain. So our appreciation keeps going in. So big round of applause for all of you. You have a big opportunity to get appreciated every time you attain some skills and special skills, but onus of attaining skills lies on us. Buy versus build, what should we do? From where we should get it? So when we look for a talent, there are two options. Either we hire from outside with those expertise, because there is a scarcity of skills as well. And then simultaneously, we start building within the organization also. These are the two aspects we take care, and invest in the right skills to maximize ROI. HR as a business partner, the role is changing from business partner to as business enabler now. So he's participating day in, day out with the business, learn business, knows business, and leads along with the business to make it happen the way they want it. And HR as a change agent leading everyone to the future. The role of HR is entirely changed. In COVID, we thought that when this disruption came place, all of a sudden morning, they had no idea where to go. Our managing director, our business heads, and everybody, they were looking at HR. What to do? How to navigate out of this darkness? There is a lockdown. There is a number of cases, cropping up in terms of COVID infection. How to go about it? There comes the empathy. Then they have to take care of the human resource management professionals. They came to us. We created a task force. We navigated through this. We created some SOPs. You'll be amazed to note that in terms of power of digitalization, how it helped us. In a 6 days time, an agile team, 4 people from HR and 4 from IT, we developed an app with the name of Wellness Mitra. Within 6 days, it was launched. After 6 days, it was launched, covering the entire Mali to Malik of Maruti. Everybody was in that app. With 2, security checks, they were all a part of this. A portal was created, SOPs were designed, and our MD came and MD told my IT head, global IT head, my boss, he says, I don't want, whatever you want to do it, but I want to see the health of the people on daily basis. I want to monitor it. So that's how my boss came to me. He says, I have no idea what you will do, but I want to connect with all regular contractual vendor, dealers, workers, information that how many people are infected, how it is impacting them, and where we need to provide, medical services, oxygen concentrators and everything. So adversity makes you think differently. That app was created. We created different version of that app, Wellness Mitra for our regular employees, Kushal Mangal for our contractual employees, then Wellness Mitra for dealers. And there was another name given to the vendors, people. So they were connected, and in the morning they should have a pura dashboard. All DPMs, their managers used to have a dashboard that how many people are affected, and we have to provide facilities to them, ambulance, anything, any help needed, medicine packets were created. So much so, I'm very proud to share that entire SOPs were taken by Government of India. Our chairman shared with them that whatever Maruti is doing it, share with everybody across industry to follow it. Then comparing employee experience becomes critical as bots have IQ, EQ. They can do it, but there are certain things which computers can't do, bots can't do. I was asking this question to one of my friends. He says, whoa, technology, metaverse, and a lot of things are coming. Generative AI is going to create, your research work is going to be absolutely different now. And what will those people do? Because, you just, with generative AI, you can capture everything. With chat GPT, you can do maneuver and do a data mining of a large scale data and bring in, very refined info, whatever you wanted. I said, okay, it's fine. But let me ask you one question. I have a daughter at home. So one fine morning, I am there at home, but daughter is somewhere out. And daughter calls me. I come back from office. Daughter calls me, Papa, रेफ्रिजरेटर में खाना पड़ा है, आप इसको ले जाइएगा और गर्म करिएगा और ये चीज रखा है उसको खा लीजिएगा. मैं कहा, would you be liking this to be done, or you want a bot calling you, hi Mr. Verma, your food is lying in the refrigerator, please go and warm up on the plate and have it. So what do you like to have? Tell me, anybody. Certainly your daughter calling you and telling you that, okay, Papa kha lena, aapne khaya ki nahi khaya, so she'll ask you. So this is what bot can't do. So that's a big round of applause for all of you. You have a lot of opportunity and chances to learn a lot of things. Yes, there are certain things which are unsafe, which are redundant, which are operations, which are transactional in nature, that can be eliminated. Our focus throughout in digitalization in Maruti has been that see those things which are not adding any value in terms of activities which you as humans are performing. How we can make your job richer, how we can make you a thinker, how you can think differently, how can you will need to do only the strategizing job. You don't need to do it those calculations and data and churning and a lot of big data. So that job can be done through technology and digitalization. So that has been our focus. So we always focus on 3 A's: skill, scale, and scalability. When we design any model, we do it like this. Like I was just seeing when Dr. Vandana was sharing that they do projects on 6 Sigma. They on project management also the training is being imparted. They have black belt and whatnot. But in HR also we have one belt. So we call it business engagements through learning and trust. And mind this word. This word is very important for we as human resource professionals. Trust. Everything lies between trust. When we do engagement, when we do sentiment analysis, we use a lot of technologies to have moods, sentiments. But friends, let me share with you that behavior, the human behavior, the sentiments which normally this technology platform they bring in, they capture only the sentiments part. I am happy, sad, very sad, highly affected. But they don't carry that 4th to 5th layer of your human dimensions. Even the neuro-linguistic programming capture the 4 layers. The first part captures this, then there are 2 layers which are hidden in between, and the last layer is the 4th layer. Up to that extent, they capture it, which we call it Gyanmay Kosh, and Anmay Kosh, Gyanmay Kosh, and Gyanmay Kosh. So all those koshes. Our rishis and saints, they used to have the 12 human dimensions. 12 tasks they used to do it at one go. Does this technology have that power to do it? Certainly not. These are the humans who have created this. But let's not use it for a destructive manner. It has to be used with unique intelligence. So how we can do it? People like Dr. Vandana, Guru positioning system. So we have to go somewhere. You need a GPS. Similarly, the people who have already traveled in this path, in terms of knowing about technology, who are aware that what can be done, what is good, what is bad, we have to create that ecosystem across industry to build those people who can guide you, and coaches and mentors who can advise you what to use, what not to use. We call it a guru positioning system. So these are the 3 T's where we need to work. With this, certainly yes, because with click of button, you can create different groups. Teams can be created. These technologies can be used for better collaborations, because place is not the constraint. You can sit in restaurant and get connected whole world to sitting at one location. With metaverse, you can organize the mass campuses sitting at one location. You can create your avatars, they can do wonders for you. In terms of learning also, when we are using VR, in terms of our learning capability building framework, so we provide them, immersive learning experience. The alter ego doesn't get disturbed, and the people do the way they are moving it, and they keep moving it, and the natural behavior is observed. So this is how people experience those immersive learning experiences differently. So we are using AI, ML. At the same time, we are using, VR in our, training academy for training people from a different perspective, not only in the level which is at the lower level, but also in the leadership level, we are using those technologies. Communication, of course, it has gone in a big way now. So there is no constraint at all, but quality of communication still needs to be worked on. What I always call communication is very important. What is to be said, what is in the line, what is between the line, and what is behind the line. So what is important is what is behind the line, what is the intent we want to communicate. So that's very important. Compassion, of course, that is the only thing which we need to be always taking care when we are implementing technologies. Human touch, high on technology, but we should not lose the human touch. Then trust and fairness, that which I call it. If you remove T out of the trust, that becomes rust. So that's why it is very important that we should build trust. Trust is very important in terms of from we as HR professional. Transparency, openness. This is more important because earlier we did not have information, but now today's generation, they are fully informed. They come out with everything. When they are inducted in the institution, so they come out with whole information about the organization. You can't conceal any information from them. So this is very, very important. You have to be very transparent and create for building trust in them. And whatever you commit with them, so you have to deliver with them. So 3 E's for HR digital transformation. E is for effectiveness. Second E is for efficiency. Third is for economy, cost. So this is how we focus when we evaluate any digital product. Above all is working towards the objective of green HR. We call it people, planet, and profit, 3 P's. So this is aligned with that. One of the product which we have bought it, we have made that full process paperless. Starting from travel and expense management system, which we have implemented. The moment you go travel, the unique ID is created, self-booking is done. You go, you scan your bills also, petty expenses, they get connected with your unique ID. And all your payments and everything is done. Huge amount of data and binding data used to be there in the organization. So my finance head, CFO gave me a task. I want to remove all this binding, books. So this is how we have implemented. Our target is to move in this direction. So I'll share with you how we are doing it. Then analytics I have already touched, from descriptive to predictive, predictive to prescriptive, and insights to decision, data to insight, insights to decision, and decision to action. So this is what we have created in Maruti. So I have been entrusted with this responsibility of creating NEEV. NEEV, we call it nurturing employee experience and value. And this is foundation. NEEV in Hindi word is foundation. So the digital platform, one integrated platform in Maruti is named as NEEV. So anybody for any one integrated platform, anybody from Maruti, any employee of Maruti, if he wants to go for any digital help, he has to go to this NEEV portal. Click on NEEV, you get everything. It will give you a system. You go on a learning site, LMS, you have a performance management, goal management system, you have a career succession planning system. You want to see, what learnings I am doing, take LMS, single source of truthfulness of data, on starting from 1980 to this, 40 years data has been transitioned, historical data has been transitioned to employee centers without even a single data loss. We call it a 4 months wonder. This was implemented in 4 months. Second is this talent suite, which we implemented in 6 months wonder. So we create history. So this is how it is, that it is on cloud. This logo looks very simple, but it is so designed and co-created by the team. Just see the click of a button, you'll be able to resolve all your people-related, talent management-related concerns, and you can, use your workflows as well. On cloud solution, the cloud is created, and product is Smile. With cloud, you can smile. It is on the top. I think it is not indicating. Yeah. This is ultimate end objective is the employee delight, employee experience and collaborative climate. Then single source of truthfulness of data, Internet of Things, user-friendly employee self-services, they are created. And then on the right-hand side is the technology integration and one-click digital platform for all people. This is how we call it, go digital, go green HR. Sorry. We seek outside the wonders we carry inside us. So this is what we need to, this is something which I have very close to my heart. All those people who are sitting in this auditorium, and to our employees and our leaders also, we always tell them as human resource professionals that you don't need to go outside. First is to see within our organization. And that is true spiritually as well. We have all power within us. You have to travel the journey within us. And you find a lot of solutions to a lot of problems. This is how we are working in this direction in terms of creativity innovations. And we are creating those mindfulness and creating those mind wellness programs for our employees, which is clearly mandate from our managing director, the Japanese managing director. And invariably, you will see that he'll be in media as well, that his key focus in the boardroom is that please ensure if my people are healthy, they are happy. If they are happy, they'll be going happy at home. If they are happy at home, They'll be coming to office happily, and then they'll give me the best optimum, efficiencies, whatever is required. So that's a focus. So this is what I wish you all happy Ganesh Chaturthi as well. But I also correlate with this digitalization because the big tummy stomach, is in terms of the big data which we have, the data lakes, which gets absorbed. But end result is what? Modika. Modika is the reward which we get. But churning is going on. A small IC constitutes with the eagle's eye. We capture those analytics data and we take out those things out of those data and see what is usable, what is insightful, and what can be used for solving our business problem. At the same time, bless and protect the spiritual path to stream is, Shankha, and small. Then comes a large stomach, which I have already shared. Small mouth, talk less. More focus. We as a HR professional has to be giving lot and lot focus on listening. So listening is going to be, or in terms of conversation excellence also, we have been always saying that silence is the best way of conversation. The expressions and the moods, since I have been working for a long time on facial diagnosis, my guru taught me that you can see the face, you can diagnose the face. From face, you can diagnose the different ailments which are bothering a person. You can analyze that Vata, Pitta, Kapha, three doshas of our Sanatana Veda and Sanskriti perspective, that you can analyze the human body. You don't need to. That olden times, they don't have any diagnostic equipment. And that is possible. And we have been practicing it. And my guru taught me, I was lucky enough, he personally taught me all those techniques and tricks. So how to handle it and how to resolve them also. So next comes the trunk, highly efficiency and adaptability. So I have just linked this. Luckily, it came on, Ganesh Chaturthi. But I was just thinking that how powerful is our deity as well. What we are doing in Maruti is rev up to future, joy of working together. Our boss, Takeuchi-san, Hisashi Takeuchi-san is our managing director. He is having a vision of joy of mobility for all, on road, in water, in sky. And Suzuki Motorcycle globally is working on all these three aspects. We are working on sky motoring as well. We are working on ship in water also, and road also, in terms of moving from autonomous cars to connected cars and future of e-mobility. And maybe by January 2025, at the end of 2024, and 2025 will be coming out with electric vehicles as well. But currently, we had a conscious decision to work on, in terms of infrastructure, to work on hybrid models. So thank you very much. Any questions, any queries, you're most welcome. Yeah. It's not audible here.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
As you emphasize that Maruti is going to focus more on tech, and it has been focusing more on tech since long back, and you just mentioned that it won't result in job losses. Well, that it won't result in job losses. But don't you think that when it comes to the upper management and the middle management, when it comes to the training part, generally companies emphasize more on training the CXOs and the middle level management. But when it comes to the lower level management, generally these are the people who need to suffer the most because of the changes in the technology, or say due to any uncertainty. So when it just again, as far as the job losses are concerned, how do you think that the lower level management will cope up with the changes of ChatGPT, and how companies like Maruti and other companies will be able to, provide adequate support to the lower level management?
What is your good name?
Simran. Simran.
Simran. Big round of applause for Simran for asking these questions. So I love asking, if you are asking these probing questions, so that help us to, think differently and literally. Let me be very honest with you that in Maruti, we are very, very conservative in terms of bringing in any emerging technology in the system. ChatGPT has come. We have not yet applied in Maruti. We are doing some, innovations. We are creating some innovative methods. We are also working with our external partners. In Maruti, we have an infrastructure where we have an intelligent digital enterprise, which is intelligent business enterprise. And this particular division, which has been created under my role, is building intelligent HR enterprise. And the mandate which the managing director has given is, this is with the intent that whatever digitalization you do, whatever new technology you bring in, there should not be any job losses of any of the human resource. So how we are handling it? So there is an option, because certainly when 10 people are doing a job and you bring in automation and technology, so there'll be 10 people who will become redundant. So how we are handling it? There are a lot of business, units which are coming, a lot of growth in Maruti which is coming. That's I recently said that in 7 years, we are going to be almost 4 millions by 2030, 31. So there are a lot of roles which are emerging. So all those people who are not having those skills, first part is we have a full-fledged Maruti Suzuki Training Academy. Those people are sent there. They are imparted those skills. They are made capable. And if they are okay, then only they are allowed to use this technology. Otherwise, we don't do that. The people who are not acquiring that skills, but we have some other related jobs also in some other areas or new areas that are coming. So we are redeploying them also. And then also we are encouraging them to promote those very few, maybe 1 or 2% people who are not acquiring any skills or not willing to do it. So that's a scenario. But as such, let me be very honest with you, the Maruti has been one of the great employer in India. No organization in India has ever given post-retirement medical scheme for his employees. Till the age of 70, we take care of our employees. We ensure them their medical benefit is taken care. Our chairman was very categorically, you are taking out medical facility from the gentleman when he is retiring. He needs the most. What will they do? So this is how he gave us that you design a product wherein, till the age of 70, 75, till the time, we'll continue it further also. So we provide them. Secondly, 100% medical coverage is there of our employees. Thirdly, during COVID time, in lockdown continuously for 3 months, not even a single contractual worker, advocacy for employees. I went to my managing director, it says, what's your decision? I said, sir, if we'll take care of them, they'll take care of them. Now, in last 40 years, they have been with us. They have created wonders. But if we don't take care of them, we'll be in trouble. He says, okay, what do you want from me? I said, I just want that these people should be paid the full salary during the 3 months. He says, okay, go ahead. I sought the approval. All those people from contractual to top, they were paid the salaries during the lockdown. So what is the result, outcome? When we started the production again, a whole ecosystem, the industry people, the contractual labor, they had gone back to UP, Bihar and everyone. These people were staying here. They had their salaries. They were provided the food, the medical facilities. When we were to start, it took us only 3 to 4 days time to bring them back. Within 1 week, we are back to normal. So that's a kind of, human touch Maruti has got. We don't remove them. And ChatGPT also, we have created a model that is at beta level testing. In talent acquisition, we have developed, one product platform, which we'll be using it, converting passive resumes from social network to active resumes. But that is being tested on external environment. We are not bringing in. Until the time we are confident that this can be used for this positive, meaningful, purposeful actions, then only we implement. Otherwise, we don't implement technology. Thank you. I hope I have answered very long answer to the purpose. Any other question?
Very good morning, sir, and pleasure to listening you over here.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
So myself, Dr. Purnima, I belong to academic fraternity. I want to understand from your side, as your industry experience lies so vast, that what as a B school professors we need to do to train the workforce so that they can be absorbed into the industry. Number one, obviously we are doing certain things, but what you as an HR professionals are thinking, like you're saying that we are going to be another 7 million in next 7 years. So we as a B school, we are providing the human capital to the industry. So we also need to prepare in that kind of space so that we can match with the industry as well. My first question is that what will give back to my students when I go out of this conference, that's what our HR leaders are thinking of the workforce. And second question is that, sir, there are many B schools in India, from IIMs to the some B school in some North Indian part or southern part of the India, right? And every student studying over there has an ambition, has a dream to be somewhere at Maruti or at some other big company working in the India, operational in the India. So how the companies are also taking responsibility to reach out to that talent also?
Brilliant. Big round of applause for her as well. So I'll answer both questions. The question first, you as a faculty. In Maruti, what we have done is we were very well aware that this is going to be a big problem for us because industry academia interface is very, very important. I'm happy to share with you that we have faculty development program within Maruti also. We have interns from GT and MBA colleges. At the same time, there are professors who are brought as interns to our company. There are cohorts which are created. Professors from IIM Kozhikode, professors from IIM Mumbai, IITs. We have tied up with them, and it was done a couple of years back. So we are doing joint projects along with them to enhance their capabilities. And also sharing with them our know-how that what is going to be future, where we are moving in terms of our landscape, and what is the readiness of the industry, academia from that perspective. They are made part of those projects, which are action-oriented projects, deliverables. They're also done on the agile methodology, 3 months, 6 months, quick projects. So carry those expertise, go back to their institutes, impart the similar learnings to their institutes. This is one part we are doing. The second question was regarding
how
we are reaching to the institutes. One live example, very recent, we call it U Accelerate. And rev up to future is this particular initiative, which has been specially created by our managing director, that when we are moving in terms of technology, in terms of EV technology and connect car technology, how our people capability will be built, how we will be able to reach to those people who are in the rural areas and those institutes which doesn't have a reach to us. There is one recent case study contact we did for almost more than 300 to 400 engineering colleges, not less than 100 MBA colleges across India, under the U Accelerate program, wherein under one platform, technology platform, we organize a case study contact, wherein 5,000 plus students all over India, they participated. And out of that, 10 teams from different institutes, they participated, and they have been made to give a live presentation to our senior leadership team, involving the board members, involving the senior leaders of Maruti. And they have been shortlisted. They have been given 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh as cash award, plus straight away PPO to them, whether he's from a rural background, from wherever he is. So they have been given the PPO also. So this is the initiative which we have started. And similarly, there is an all India test which we have in terms of engineers, wherein any institute from India, people with 1 year to 22 months experience, they can apply in that category, they can participate. If they are capable, free to compete. So this is what we are doing. I hope I have answered your queries, both the things. Yeah, any other question? Yeah, please. First, another question. I think a lot of time is taken.
Good morning, sir. It was a very topical and enriching presentation. Thank you for that. So, sir, I wanted to focus on the part where you talked about digitization and deployment of AI tools in, I think, the end product being increase in productivity. So, sir, how would you, because you're also associated with CII, how do you want to see the legal and the labor laws, for example, that framework to evolve to kind of enable the deployment of all these tools in India?
Certainly, as in terms of the this research, this chat GPT is being used, in terms of legal framework also. The coming labor laws, there is a humongous big list of labor laws. But there is a unified list which has been created by the government of India now. But with this coming, there are only 4 buckets in which the government of India has divided the laws. And let me share with you, but technology is going to be a big game changer in terms of bringing in excellence in each aspect, for legal aspect as well. What works, what doesn't work can be churned and can be, decision can be reviewed and redesigned immediately. And I am happy to share with you that the government of India is working in a big way. The Ministry of Skill Development, which is focused on Secretary of Skill Development, was the other day was with us, they are creating a unified education system across India, wherein each institutes, while they are imparting education, they have to undergo a action-oriented program, live Gamba training on the shop floor. If they work so many months of training, they are given credits. A common creditization across India that is being worked. I think Dr. Vandana must be aware that model has been made. They'll be very soon, they'll be, making it aware to everybody. So that has already been worked out. And CI has given our recommendations to them as well, that when we are making laws, there has to be people friendly. That was a reason that there has been some delay in terms of not implementing the social security and other aspects. They are still working in that direction. How the subsistence allowance and people when they're not working, that aspect can be taken. Human part can be taken. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. If no questions, so I'll close with another anecdote because I am a human resource professional. So I'll share with you. So we don't work with mind, we work with heart. And the last anecdote where I'll say, मैं फूल हूं गुलाब का एक कसक छोड़ जाऊंगा, मुरझा भी गया तो महक छोड़ जाऊंगा. This is what the end is. So we as a human resource professional has to be working with heart. पहले दर्द को जानो, दर्द को पहचानो, उसके बाद कोई बात को करना है तो फिर मानो. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I believe the learnings today we had will stay with us till the time we at least address half of it. Moving ahead, we would like to take a moment to felicitate Mr. Varindra with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Vandana Sonmane, Director at SIOM, to please join us on the stage and please do the honor.
Thank you so much. No, thank you so much. I am really honored. No, thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much. I don't know. Okay, but you can hang out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, the essence of business transformations has always been there. The evolution of business landscape has significant challenges. We have seen organizations incorporating digital transformations to cater to the never-ending business requirements. Organizations make change at a pace that is based on strategies. To disseminate the ideology of business transformations, we take immense pleasure in welcoming Mr. Vikram Sharma, Vice President of Human Resources at Strides Pharma, with an enchanting keynote session on the topic, Velocity to Shift, Driving Transformation and Success in the Ever-Evolving Business Landscape.
Mr. Vikram Sharma, an accomplished HR professional with over 26 years of cross-industry experience. He is a Symbiosis Institute of Business Management graduate and further honed his skills at ISB's Accelerated Leadership Program. He is currently the Vice President and Head HR for Strides Pharma Science Limited, Global Product Supply Organization, with HR accountability for 4 manufacturing sites in India and 1 in Kenya. In addition to his work at Strides, Mr. Sharma has held senior HR positions at Tata Motors as head of commercial HR, managing domestic and international operations. He was also a co-convener of the CII Uttarakhand State Council's Labour Panel and a board member of the Indian Society for Training and Development Diploma Board.
Mr. Sharma's impact goes beyond the corporate realm. As a passionate advocate for social responsibility, he has worked on several projects to improve the lives of people in need. In 2008, he led a pilot project for improving the lives of people in need. In 2008, he led a pilot project for the United Nations World Food Programme in Zambia to fight malnutrition. The session will last for 35 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. I request the delegates to ask their questions at the end of the session with a raise of hands. Over to you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just need a transition. I begin with expressing my deep gratitude to the management and students of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, for hosting all of us, convening the second leg of this HR conclave in Gurgaon. And in the brief introduction in the beginning, we understand that there was a Nasik leg and now the Gurgaon leg. So wish all the best of learning to all the HR professionals. Can we get? Yeah, that's, you put it, I was just wanting to. So till the time they set up my presentation, which I had forwarded to them, okay. Yeah, so the topic was very intriguing for me in the beginning, and it is a voice ko thoda kam kar. I think it's echoing a little. So we will, unlike my predecessor and a very old-time good friend, Virendra Verma, I would not be having case studies from Strides Pharma. And that's also because when I looked into the topic, velocity to shift, driving transformation and success in the ever-evolving business scenario or business landscape, I thought it appropriate to share 3 examples and delve deep into what is in it for me. Primarily, I thought it keeping in mind the Symbiosis of Operations Management students, because they're all engineers and they are operations management graduates. But now I understand the audience has some faculty from business schools and HR fraternity. So let's see as we deep dive into it. You know, around the same time last year, in the July-August session of 2022, there was an article in the Harvard Business Review by Nitin Nahuria. He is the dean and was primarily the dean and now also the professor of Harvard Business School and runs a venture capitalist firm in New York. So I took some cues from his article, and now global leaders are defined by their ability to recognize and adapt opportunities and seize them. Excuse me, there's no projection on the screen? Okay, no issues. Now, these global leaders, they can sense the Zeitgeist. Now, what's Zeitgeist? It's about the spirit, the mood, and the ideas and beliefs that define a particular period. And as such, these global leaders seize it. Now, effective leadership, in other words, is largely context specific, and we'll come to that. Now, in the video, and some of you, if you would have seen the Institute video in the beginning, it was conceived by the Institute IT team, but they had elaborated some factors. And I'll just repeat it to set the context, and then we deep dive into the presentation. Now, this zeitgeist that I'm talking about, with the global readers need to recognize and adapt, functions on 6 factors, right? This is Nitin Nohria's article in the HBR last year. Global events. So even before Russia invaded Ukraine, both Russia and China had specified their waning tolerance for the American hegemonistic dominance of the world order, right? Now, later, after Russia invaded Ukraine, China and Russia, the way they have been defining the world order, a lot of business leaders were compelled to see how they continue doing business in Russia, right? So whether it is moral, economic, or political considerations, so the global events change the zeitgeist. Government interventions. So in case if any country has higher inflation, the central banks of the country have to rein in through higher interest rates. Now, which makes the availability of capital very costly, right? And these economic considerations are also important for the business leaders, right? Then the demographics. Now, the millennials and the Gen Z, they will be defining the next phase of couple of decades. And they're the boomers and the Gen X, they will now shift towards retirement, superannuation. Now, what impacts these have? The Gen Zs are the digital natives, and they can, embrace the metaverse very easily. So the business will be much more segmented by the age. Then the labor relations. See, for example, after the pandemic, and Virendra was also speaking a lot of things on the COVID, what happened as a result is people started thinking about the relationship between capital and labor. I mean, also the tendency to work from anywhere, right? And that also is impacting, and all the generative AI, etc. So, and the gig economy, these are. Okay, no, it's moving here. It was not. The social mores, the whole emphasis in the corporates on diversity, equity, inclusion, on the climate change, on sustainability, these are defining not just the government policies, sustainability, the UN Environment Development Goals, but also on the corporates. In technology landscape, you see how the fintech and the crypto are defining the traditional banking system. The Web3 and the metaverse are portending a digital arena, which the new generation can very well assimilate, right? So these are some of the factors which I thought I'll just set the context, that the great leaders are individuals who recognize all these factors and they exploit them for their contextual intelligence. And I've given this, over here, the reference of this. Now, taking this a little forward, what I've tried to do is to understand the context, how the contextual intelligence matters, right? We talked of the contextual intelligence, and then we deep dive into the 3 illustrations of the case studies. Now, let's take the example of a very popular company, Apple, right? Now, Steve Jobs, in the early 2000s, was focusing primarily on product innovation, whether it was iPod, iPhone, Mac, etc. Yeah. And he was growing the company. But then in 2011, there was a sudden demise of a very great leader, Steve Jobs. And the transition that happened in Apple by Tim Cook. Now, he has now led and is still leading Apple through a very different style of functioning. And that's what I'm trying to explain you by contextual intelligence. There's increasing smartphone competition from Android and iOS, etc. So what Tim Cook felt was that product innovation can only be incremental, right? So he has taken the whole velocity to shift by way of services. Also, in my previous slide, I mentioned about the social mores, how the employees in organizations want their leaders to epitomize, some of the social trends. And Tim Cook has been in the forefront of the LGBTQ, initiative. And what have we now? You see, the Cook's contextual intelligence has helped him to respond to the changing zeitgeist. What is the mood of the people? What are they sensing? What is the spirit behind that? And a lot of Apple employees were after him to endorse that. And you know what? What has been the result? This contextual intelligence, this stuff that we are talking of. Under his leadership, Apple's market valuation has grown 8 times. It's not a mean feat, right? So this was the introduction to the topic, and I'll keep focusing everyone's thoughts towards the given topic, which is velocity to shift, how we drive success and transformation in the ever-evolving business landscape. Are you all with me? Right? Okay. Now we go into the case studies. So I've taken 3 case studies. All of you might be familiar with all the 3 case studies that I have. Sometimes I can't see if it is coming. So illustration 1 is about entertainment industry. Now we will see the shift in velocity. You see, okay, first time. I don't know how many of you recall that some years back, we used to get those video cassettes, on rent, and we used to play in the VHS recorder, and then of course the digital version DVDs came in, right? So there was a renting business, and what would you think is it was a perceived value of a blockbuster movie and all. But what if you booked or you wanted to see on a particular time, but that DVD was not available? This is of a certain era in time. But because the way I'm getting the expressions from you, I believe you are all from that age also. I thought maybe you didn't know about this, right? Now, what happened is, depending upon the consumer behavior patterns, this company whose logo I have put on the top right, Netflix, it is the world's biggest TV and audio studio, video studio in the world, right? And we will just see in the subsequent slides how they have been able to make this shift. And what are the various shifts in the consumer behavior that Netflix leveraged, right? So one has to be very mindful of all this technology. Netflix wanted that its subscribers or consumers can watch the content anytime, anywhere, and different devices. Also, the comfort factor that they could watch it in either their iPhones or their smartphones, tablets, PCs, TV, etc., anywhere. Also, it has to be on demand. Whenever they want, wherever they want, they have it. Also, the subscription, they kept it very low so that everybody could afford it. And it's all data-driven. So they use a certain algorithm, and we'll touch upon that in one of the slides later, the Cinematch algorithm, and it gets better and better, So for example, if you are in for a rom-com movie or TV show, you have that. If it is a thriller or a science fiction, you have that. So it's all that data-driven. Now, what we will see subsequently is how Netflix became a $100 billion organization in just 2 decades, right? It's a very interesting case story. One is international expansion. This map, if you're seeing, is of 2015 and 16. Barring China, almost all the globe is covered by Netflix, right? Original content in 2018, they had 1,800 hours of movies, TV shows, etc., and other productions. Global subscriber base. If you see, how exponentially the global subscriber base and revenues are increasing. They've done such disruption, and that's where, I just want you to focus and think why the topic of velocity to shift. And of course, they started with 3 languages, English, Spanish, Portuguese. Now they're available in more than 20 languages. Uninterrupted video. So what used to happen in the cable TV, if you remember, after some time, there would be an ad. Yeah, it was like a tax you are paying for watching the TV or a show, right? So, and it was so disturbing that you had to either forward it or wait for it. But Netflix, understanding the consumers, behavior patterns, they did away with all that. 1 hour, 48 minutes, movie is off. And reasonable pricing. Most of you, if you have subscribed to Netflix, 400, 500, I don't know, because my wife pays for the subscription, but they've kept low. And even if they increase the rate, they provide as much value to the subscribers. You all agree? Okay. Now, this is Netflix, and we will take 2 more examples. But when I was making this whole idea of presenting this, I was thinking, what is in it for me? And all of us sitting here as HR leaders, or my friends from the institute at the back, all engineers, having an HR conclave, primarily I kept you in mind while I made this. What's in it for me? Of course, this is just another business model. For the sake of time, we'll just, do it. It is typical, the Philip Kotler model of various aspects of business that they have considered. So what's in it for me is what I will, relate for all the 3 case studies. This one, we will delve deeper and then we'll do it quickly. Renting videos versus binge watching. So binge watching is something which was started by, Netflix. So you have episode 1, 2, 3, you can keep watching, which was not the case earlier. Netflix stock rose more than 6,000% in 10-year period. Suppose if you would have invested 1,000 rupees, in 10 years, you would have got 60,000 rupees. Can you believe such phenomenal success they have? And all of this, sometimes you might think that the price is increasing, stock is increasing without any crazy, subscription rates increase. They didn't pass it to the customers. So they have been able to strike a balance between more value add and the services for the dollars that we as subscribers are paying, right? So just this is in a blue ink are some of the takeaways. The next, what's in it for me? Stay true to your vision. So the Netflix case study gives us, one was the customer centricity. Second is stay true to the vision. So what has Netflix done? Even when they were coming up with different strategies, they all started with DVD subscription model only. In the US, they could send it through courier, and over a period of time, they transformed into what they are today. That is live streaming, content creation, from making videos or movies available to us, they went into creating the videos. That is the velocity of shift that Netflix has brought in. But their idea with what Netflix started out was that they want people to, have the experience of entertainment without all the hassles associated with their previous model. Also, they didn't want to be in the DVD business forever, right? And but Reed Hastings and Mark Rudolph, they started Netflix. They were always very clear that they will study the consumer patterns, how the consumer shift is happening, and accordingly they will stay tuned to this. And they were never bothered about the competition. They have clear-cut, examples from the case study which tell them they were far ahead, of the competition. Now, all of us in this room need to see what's in it for me. Org transformation, organizational changes are a way of the world. Any practitioners from HR will agree with me. Now, when that happens, there will be so many other factors, but we have to be clued on to the vision. The vision will keep us grounded. And we have to use our company's vision, whichever company we are working for, to help us make the decisions. The data and the trends will help us predict how our consumer behavior will shift. And as we shift pace with our customers' preferences, we will align our operations of the company and realize the vision for which the particular organization is formed, right? So these are two. Let's go for the third lesson that Netflix teaches us, and that is reinvent the wheel if the old one doesn't serve the customer problems. Now, there's a common wisdom that why reinvent the wheel? But we have, the Netflix example clearly says we have to reinvent the wheel if it is not solving the customer problems. Because on the one side, Blockbuster was a chain of those stores which were renting the DVDs. It went bust in 2013. You want that kind of a business, or you have a business which grew $145 billion in just 21 years, right? So what are the lessons? We have to tailor our strategies to the specific business needs. We have to focus on listening to our customers. And the best are the salespeople. They are in touch with the customers. If you are in operations or supply chain, collaborate with the salespeople, find out what is impacting this. I'm going a little fast, but in case if you want to interject me, for want of time. And how much time is there, by the way? Yeah, please do that. Yeah, I don't want to. Because this presentation is there, I'm sure, they can mail it to all the participants. It's not a very heavy slide also, it can be mailed. So, and don't get caught up in what the competition is doing. All the examples that I have stated, there's a big learning from there that, mostly we are bogged down with quarter-on-quarter sales, what are the revenue happening and all, but there's merit in making your own rules and playing by your own game. So if you have the customer insight, I think we can better serve our customers. The more I delved deeper into the Netflix model, the more I kept learning about what are the various lessons we as HR professionals can draw from here, right? So don't force your customers down a single path. Actually, Netflix had a choice. Netflix, when it started, what happened is they kept the DVD rental business also and the streaming business also. So how it happened is they, in case if the customers wanted a very high quality digital content, then the DVD was there. Because just imagine how the streaming technology was taking a shift. It didn't happen overnight, right? You remember those few years back when you clicked on a certain file and it kept on giving you some time to get downloaded and this. So, but Netflix invested very heavily into this technology, and they were far ahead of the competition when the competition started catching up with him. So what are the lessons we draw? Use the data and communication history to learn more about your customers, right? So they kept on with the DVD, and from there they increased their subscriber base, and that subscriber base they converted into the streaming and content creation. And when more of digitization is happening, we have to keep the options open for our customers. So you see, in most of these 4 lessons, the overarching theme is customer centricity. Stay tuned to your vision of the company and reinvent the wheel if the earlier wheel doesn't work. And I think this is the last lesson, which I think use the data and trends to personalize the customer experience. Now, this is the one which I was talking of. Netflix invested very heavily in this algorithm. For some of the engineers in this room, it will be of interest how they used this, own indigenous algorithm to come up with certain, data analytics and work for their own, betterment. Let's see the lessons. They had, dashboards to distill the data, they, trend pattern, the predictive analysis, etc. So even when, when you have your own Netflix content and you log in, so they tell you last watched, and they will only keep projecting your choice of the content, unless until you want to kind of shift that. So very beautifully, Netflix has been able to harness this algorithm and data and the technology to their advantage, right? So in HR, if you're wondering why are we all talking of digitization, HR will have to enable, as Virendra was speaking about, how Maruti Udyog has been partnering with some of the functions to co-create, some of the things which Neve he said. This is all done in collaborative ecosystem with IT, with HR, with the digitization teams. This is just to help you explain, this thing. Last slide on Netflix, and Netflix took risks, but there's no better or worse risk than stagnation. If you do not innovate, do not change, remain stagnated, you lose the game. And keep innovating, and that's what separates the leaders from the laggards. So this was my idea, and let's jump into the next illustration. That's also very interesting one from the e-commerce industry. I don't know, some of the top logos, etc., get hidden, but not an issue. Now you see Jeff Bezos. He started small as an online bookstore, right? But he was very clear. Why book? Because books have such an appeal that they don't get unlike the food and vegetables, etc. But he came into all of this stuff also, perishable items. So being the global appeal, he started as an online bookstore. But very soon, what has Amazon morphed into? It is the largest online retail e-commerce company. And not only that, right? The next slide shows how many different businesses Amazon has gone into. Some of them, like this one, the Amazon Go is not there. So you have all the items on the shelf, but there are no counters where you pay the price. So as soon as you keep taking the articles, you get billed, and that goes into your electronic payment system, and automatic deduction happens. I think it's still not in India, but let's see. Now, these are some of the figures, mind-boggling. The market capitalization is over $1 trillion just in 2 decades. 300 million customer accounts, 16 lakh employees, shipping so many articles which we can understand, under the sky, to more than 100 countries worldwide, right? So how did it go about? We are familiar with most of this. From an online bookstore, okay, to what have you. And majorly, I want to emphasize on the fact that, this business model is very, very unique. What Amazon has done is, one is be practical, start small, then scale up. Bookstore, keep on adding the articles. They were into retail, but this second point, R&D innovation, 12% of the total sales, Amazon puts back into the business. What's the end result? End result is they have their own cloud servers, the Amazon AWS. It is the world's largest and the biggest and the first kind of cloud computing system. And other is revenue growth versus profitability. Jeff Bezos was very clear. Now, don't take it as a overarching thing. Some of the organizations believe in profitability. They do not go on revenue, right? But till very lately also, Amazon's profit was in few millions only, over $1 billion sales, right? He is very clear. He will keep investing, and it's paying off to him. And customer obsession is very, very big for Amazon. Now, what's in it for me? So obsession over the customer needs. So all the senior leadership of Amazon necessarily have to go into the Amazon call centers to attend to the customer queries. What kind of pain points are customers experiencing? So this top leadership that Virendra Verma was also talking about, they just cannot be in the ivory towers, sitting in Bombay, Delhi, etc. They attend to the call centers. That is where Amazon's, customer obsession gets it. Reinvest in the business for long-term growth. I told you, from a e-commerce company to cloud computing to the digital voice assistants like Alexa and all, right? So if you understand the whole ecosystem, what Amazon is doing is, it is reinvesting into the business, but it is paying off big way. All the data from Alexa, from AWS that it is having, imagine what massive use it is making of the data and the analytics. And of course, this made some strategic acquisitions. Those earlier slide I told you, very focused acquisitions, and that's its strategy to grow. Data-driven decision-making, marketplace model. So there are many other sellers which Amazon has brought into its portal. So you can sell your article. So the all idea that I'm trying to, tell you is that how it has been very open to business, how it has been open to the customers, and done that. We talked about the digital tools, etc. So this is my third case study, right? And this is about Tesla. And so first we saw the entertainment industry, Netflix. Second was the retail e-commerce, Amazon. And third is Tesla. And the IC models at the backend engineers, internal combustion engine, right? How Tesla moved from the gasoline and the diesel engines to the initiator of the electric and hybrid vehicles. The catalyst was Tesla. And not just that, it is far ahead of the competition. Its go-to-market strategy, its OTA updates. OTA updates is what? As Virendra was saying. But Tesla is much ahead of the competition. Over-the-air updates. Just like in iPhones and smartphones, you get updates. Yeah, at night when you are connected to the battery, your update happens, iOS 16, iOS this. Same thing happens in Tesla. Right? So that's the velocity of shift. Now, who's this? Nobody may be remembering. Does anybody remember? Robert Anderson, a Scottish inventor of electric vehicles, 19th century. But who made it popular? Elon Musk. Yeah, this is second slide on. So what's in it for me? From the last case study of Tesla, aim for audacious vision and achieve it. The picture in the first slide was Roadster. 2018, Elon Musk came with the Cybertruck. All of these was only to popularize its models like Tesla X, Y, 3S. These are the mass market products, right? But he has various big, hairy, audacious goals. Market leadership, yes. In 1 week, if it launches a model, it gets pre-orders to the tune of almost 1 lakh, whereas the largest selling model of Ford, which is Ford 150, in 1 year, it only gets 10 lakhs. In 1 week, Tesla gets 1 lakh bookings, right? That's how the market leadership it's defining. Vertical integration. So in case if you know about the electrical vehicle industry, there is the vehicle, there is the battery, and then there is the whole ecosystem, the infrastructure. It has combined all of that. It's way ahead in the whole battery space also. Disruptive technology, mostly the other OEMs, auto OEMs, what they were doing is replace the gasoline engine, IC engine with electric battery. But what Tesla is doing is it places the battery below the chassis, right? Thereby lowering the center of gravity and other aspects related to it. So very disruptive technology. Governments have been very careful about the climate change, how Tesla has been able to leverage the regulatory framework and gain global domination. So that is it. What is the summing up? In conclusion, 4 lessons. As velocity to shift is an important aspect of operations management. Yeah. So for organizations to thrive in the ever-changing global space. Now, for learning from these 3 examples, right, we understand the transformative potential of embracing the change, right? That's the lesson. How we thrive in the ever-evolving business landscape, how we embrace change, and agility, data-driven decision-making, and customer-centric. So all the 3, I think if you look back, although I was rushing into my theme in order to keep with the timing, but the core 3 ideas that we can take home is agility in the mindset, wherein there was talking of the mind and the heart thing, right? And data-driven technology, lot of data is available. We have data scientists who can do analysis, and some obsession with customer centricity. So in today's dynamic world, velocity to shift is the key to staying ahead of the curve and ensuring long-term success. And I rest my dialogue here. Questions? Did I exceed the time a little too much? No, then we'll take the audience questions. Yes.
Hi, Vikram. My name
Hi.
is Vijay. Quick thing, I believe Varinder Ji also pointed on one of the important aspect of HR being shifting from HR business partner to HR enabler.
To HR?
HR enabler.
Enabler, okay.
Right. In these examples, what I sensed, basically, it's the need of transformation.
Yeah.
Picking up the right opportunities by the respective organization. In this entire gamut of change, how do you see a mid-level or senior level HR can actively engage and ensure that these transitions or the transformations are rightly picked at the core of the means the beginning, and ensuring that it translates into what an organization expects?
I believe Virendra also had answered us, to a question, not the same question, but in a sense, yes, what Maruti is doing. But I'll give you another example. And I can now give an example from my company, because that will be helpful for everyone to understand how HR can be more of an enabler in this whole process. We're talking of digitization. Virendra touched upon Industry 4.0. Industry 5.0 is the convergence of the human side with all the various aspects that encompass Industry 4.0, which is IoT and AI and ML, deep learning and everything. So in the pharma industry, what happens is, and since we are regulated by some of the regulators in US, UK, like US FDA, MHRA, etc., and these are articles that you take inside. There are injectables, there are tablets, etc. There are standard operating processes. Other industries also have it. But here what we are manufacturing, each and every operator, the workman, has to be very conscious of following and adhering to the protocols. Now, these standard operating processes are very, very long, cumbersome, and very difficult for a workman who could be a 10th, 12th ITA passer to understand. We make them available and give training, but it is very, very cumbersome, believe you me. But they have to be trained and go to the shop floor. We leveraged the AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, and transformed these lengthy documents. And they are all, otherwise also available in the digitized format. But when you wear, those wearables, the AR, VR, it gives the same impression to the operator, and, it is creating a virtual reality of the place where he or she will be working, right? There's one example how. So what in HR we did practically, we contacted 2 of the training companies who understand the process. I can give you the names also if you're interested, but they're all Bangalore based. They've come, we've done the proof of concept, and we have implemented it in a small scale. It does entail some capital expenditure, but we learned that one company in Hyderabad was doing it. We studied that, and that's how HR enables. So our L&D team and the HR business partner were working. So kya hota hai ki, you have to call an operator, you have to do the proof of concept and all these things. Sometimes IT does it, sometimes HR does it. Technical people, they will call in to give the overall viewpoint. But that's how HR becomes an enabler. I hope this example helps you understand. Right.
The example which Vikram is sharing from his pharma industry is brilliant, indeed brilliant, because a small miss in formulation can cause death of a human being. So there is a concept called validated learning, which is there in technology, in digitalization, and which is must from a pharma industry. When globally it is a known fact that when any such process change is there are people who are involved, stakeholders, the skilled operators, any people, supervisors, engineers who are working on the shop floor for making those, formulations. There is a legal requirement, compliance requirement, unless or until those learning has been gone ingrained into their brains. They have learned it. They have actually implemented. They are okay in terms of their skill attainment to deliver those projects and processes. That validated learning is part of that, process, which is now made as part of the digital platforms, which are HRMS platforms like SAP, Workday, OHR. So this is part of that to ensure that there is no miss. And this is how HR is enabling those excellence in terms of final deliverables of the product as well.
Thank you, Virendra.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, Vikram.
Hi.
This is Nidhi Bhatt. So my question to you is the fact that you being from the pharma industry, you have already mentioned how things are government regulated and R&D plays a major role as well. So having that said, how do you ensure that the velocity to shift is quick enough, and how do you drive the transformation there in the HR industry?
Okay. You touched upon the R&D part, right? So if again, I take an example of my company. So last year we acquired a unit of an international company called Endopharma. Endopharma is a US-based company. They had a plant in Chestnut Ridge near San Jose, and we acquired that plant. With the acquisition came in almost 134 odd ANDAs. Now, ANDAs are approved new drug, licenses that we give it to the US FDA as a regulator. They give the approval. They were already approved. Now you have to commercialize it. And before commercial scale, the exhibit batches have to happen by the R&D. So what R&D currently is doing is all these approved new drug, approvals that we have, they are trying to see to it which markets they can cater to, and how can we see to it that we can commercialize as soon as possible so as to leverage on the money that we have already spent in this acquisition. Now, if I understood your question rightly, how is HR enabling that? What we will have to see is what Virendra started by saying: attraction, retention, motivation. The R&D will play a major role in this, because till the time the exhibit batch, and from a auto industry, we call it what the pilot, trials, etc., whatever. Every industry goes through the same process, right? So before they are commercialized, the R&D scientists and formulations, etc., they have to play a big role. So we have to ensure that the right skill set is in place. Who will ensure? HR only will ensure, no? One. Secondly, once they are there, we have to ensure, we means HR, you, me, everybody else in this room who is from HR fraternity, has to ensure that they don't leave us midway, because that loss of talent will be costing the company very dearer. So there are so many ways you ring fence these high potential talent. In this case, the R&D, right? if you want to go further, what are the interventions we do to ring fence? Long-term incentive plans. You pay a certain person a big amount, which is inducing the person to stay put. We have recently done that for some employees. In my previous organization, Tata Motors, also we did that. Now, this is coming big way, the ESOPs, the long-term incentive plans, right? And also motivate them enough. Because these are all PhDs and M-Pharma, MSCs, etc. They will not just come for money and go for money. You have to create an ecosystem that their talent is really valuable to the company. So a lot of things, and as I mentioned in my previous slides also, customer centricity, you saw the obsession of all the three cases, Amazon and Netflix and all. Same, I mean, not to that extent Stride does, but to a certain extent, not to say that we don't have attrition, we have it, but we as HR try to do everything so that we are HR business partners also and enabling the business. Thank you. That's it? Yeah, okay. Just see to it the time, otherwise I'm there till lunch. No, I don't want to I'm very eager to hear the next part. Hi, Pallavi.
Yes. Hi, I'm Simran. So my question is like the examples that you put forward, one of Amazon and then Netflix. So these companies are already established in US, and when they came to India, actually they ended up becoming the market leaders in their space. But what about the Indian companies that they are already, all these principles or whatever the lessons that we learned? I agree that Amazon has fulfilled it, but say Indian companies that they are starting from scratch, or the Indian companies who are competing with such MNCs or such big companies like Flipkart and Meesho, though the target customers might be very different for Meesho. But my point is that how can these, Indian companies compete with the ones that you mentioned, and what role can HR play for the Indian companies to make sure that despite having all these goals in mind, they end up retaining the best talent and they continue focusing on their work and, providing the, as you mentioned, best customer satisfaction?
I really hope, very nice question, by the way. I really hope somebody from Flipkart was here to tell you, in some platforms like this, and since I have friends in Flipkart, they tell me, by the way, in all their HR interventions, policies are in no way less than Amazon. Amazon has an edge because, I have interacted with the head HRs of Amazon and the recruitment head. They have very nice policies to attract talent. But I'm not saying Flipkart is cut, copy, pasting that. But believe you me, Flipkart HR talent is really top class. And because both are Bangalore based, so I'm from Bangalore, I kind of know both the companies very well. Now, to also answer your question, how Indian companies are competing is you do the case study of Ola, right? Only we understand Ola is a cab aggregator competing with Uber, but the way Ola is giving a challenge to Virendra's company, Maruti, he might contest with that, but they started with two-wheelers. And to stay ahead of the competition, they are setting up what will be the world's, India's largest cell manufacturing technology space, right? And just like Elon Musk has set up one in Mexico, their factory, not the EV production, I'm talking about the EV battery production, is almost similar to what Elon Musk has set up in Mexico. It's in Krishnagiri near Bangalore. So that's how the Indian companies are also, disrupting the whole ecosystem and evolving and thriving. That's one example that comes to my mind. Just mindful of the time. I'm here only because I want to kind of eat on the other participants' time. So okay. Otherwise, the rest. Yeah, Pallavi. Yeah.
So I think it was very nice to hear everyone. But I want to add on something what Indian companies are doing. So I being again part of an Indian organization and number one probably in Windows and that segment. I think one thing what probably a lot of Indian companies are doing with respect to attracting or being a right HR partner is about the employee value proposition which they are able to bring in. So I think there's a lot of, while you're talking about the Amazon or a Flipkart, or a Netflix or Tesla, they're coming with a big brand. So, it's very easy to attract people. It's very easy to retain people because they're coming with that brand. But what as HR to survive in an Indian organization is to create that value proposition. And I think it's not difficult also, unless you're kind of very convinced about your product, convinced about your customers, convinced about your employees, the skills you need, and you kind of, put that entire proposition together and sell that. So today we're so proud to kind of talk about the Weaving Indian, and I'm sure Flipkart or anyone, I think they can attract from any of the big institutes. They can attract talent from anywhere. So I think that's the enabler which probably they have been able to put across.
Yeah, big round of applause for Pallavi for accentuating my argument. Thank you very much. No, I took these examples only because I was more comfortable, but I had to study this. I didn't know. I just see sometimes Netflix, but it was good to deep dive because the topic I thought made justice to velocity to shift. Yeah, it's there. We can work wonders. I really believe in the Indian talent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Check. Sir, for 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
I believe that transformation in the business landscape has just become even more evident to the delegates now. Thank you everyone for your active participation, and a big thanks to you, sir. Now we would take a moment to felicitate Mr. Vikram with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Vandana Sonwani, Director at SIOM, to please do the honor.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors: Spora, our official title sponsor; Vedanath, our official gifting partner; Tanu's Herbals, our official beauty partner; Safe Express, our official supply chain partner; Clovia, our official beauty partner; and Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. We are grateful for your support.
Let's have a massive round of applause. Once, a legend said that never miss an opportunity to inculcate the learnings around. It is the people and their presence that makes us feel more realistic about our surroundings. In the time we find out who the legend was, we request you to please put a hiatus on this remarkable journey for 10 minutes of bond and respond break. We'll meet sharp at 1:05 a.m. Happy networking. Ah, 10 minutes.
Check.
Take their seats. Start our session. I request all the speakers and delegates to please take their seats. The session will start soon. check here.
Welcome back, everyone. We could not find the legend because we were so occupied in learning from the leaders around us. Moving ahead, let us add another feather to the flock of the HR Summit 2023 Delhi chapter.
You can't make decisions based on and the possibility of what might happen. The quote by Michelle Obama genuinely enlightens us about the balance between the fear and the possibility of the future. The power to achieve something and flex the same has always inspired more people than the stories we have heard till this moment. Since we all have beliefs of making a change in society, let's witness it from the leaders who have actually done that. The HR Summit 2023 Delhi chapter caters for the needs of Flex and Flourish, women's pursuit of work-life balance. To elucidate the same, please give a big round of applause for our first panel speaker, Ms. Indu Sharma, Global Head of Talent and HR at Bain & Company.
She's an illustrious leader whose career spans over 23 years of experience in esteemed organizations such as HR Manager at Fidelity National Information Services, Talent Acquisition Leader, and Associate Director at EY, with specialization in global human resources across consulting and professional services organizations. She is a renowned leader who believes in promoting the best work culture practices, adding inclusiveness and openness to the employees at work.
Being a proud alumna of Delhi University and holding a PGD BA in finance, followed by a PGD HRM from IMT Ghaziabad, Ms. Indu's academic excellence has always been an added prompt to problem-solving skills and apprehending the business problems to bring organizational success and productivity. It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. Please join us on the stage.
Our second panel speaker, Ms. Bhavna Chaudhary Kadan, Head of Talent Management at Vedanta Limited, could not join us due to some unavoidable circumstances. We look forward to host her in the upcoming events at Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. Moving ahead to the next speaker for the panel, please allow me to introduce Ms. Nidhi Lahoti, a business-savvy HR leader with a career spanning over 21 years in IT, ITES, and consulting industries. She has a rich experience across diverse leadership roles in business operations, HR business partnering, talent acquisition, employee relations, corporate HR, and organization development. Her expertise encompasses driving business growth via innovation, digital transformation, and change management.
Ms. Lahoti has spearheaded several vital projects, fueling business growth and enriching employee experiences, such as improving the gender diversity ratio, digitizing HR processes, talent strategy planning for multiple acquisitions and new logo wins. An alumna of Symbiosis Management School, she's a certified life and behavioral coach. She's a poet by passion, an adventurous sport enthusiast, and a yoga practitioner. She firmly believes in living a balanced life and bringing positive transformation among businesses and people. We are delighted to have you with us, ma'am. Please join us on the stage.
Moving ahead, the last speaker for the panel. We take immense pride in onboarding Ms. Pallavi Podar, CHRO at Fenesta Windows. Being an entrepreneur by heart who enjoys business partnering, she has developed a technique for the best HR intervention and an innovative talent strategy for global businesses by focusing on organizational growth to drive bottom line results, working closely with the senior leaders across the organization. Having worked for esteemed organizations such as Saint-Gobain, Nestle, Schneider Electric, Assessa Talent Partners, and Ingersoll Rand. Ms. Pallavi has developed the traits of a seasoned transformational leader.
With around 2 decades of professional experience, Ms. Pallavi has developed expertise in strategic HR, change management, leadership, organizational transformation, talent management, service delivery, and employee engagement. She recently got recognized for winning Observe Now Super 30 HR for demonstrating excellence in human resource management. As a distinguished alumna of SMHRD, Ms. Podar embodies the qualities of forward-thinking leader who can motivate and bring about positive changes. We are thrilled to have you with us, ma'am. Please join us on the stage.
The panel discussion will last for 50 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. A warm welcome to all the speakers. Now, to maintain a constructive flow of ideas and information, I request Dr. Yashovandira Kharde, Corporate Relations Head at SIOM, to please join us on the stage as the moderator for the panel discussion. Welcome, ma'am. The panel is all yours. Please route it to with Zenith.
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this enlightening panel discussion on a subject that is transforming the way we perceive and interact at our workplace spaces, flex and flourish. In the era marked by rapid technological advancement and evolving workforce expectations, flex and flourish stands as a beacon of innovation, promising a paradigm shift in how we approach at a work environment. So today, we have gathered an esteemed panel of experts, each with very unique insights and experiences to delve into the intricacies of flex and flourish, discussing its impact at workforce, productivity, employee satisfaction, and the future of office design. As a moderator, I would be asking few questions which I have prepared for our esteemed panel members. Post that, I would request the delegates and the attendees to park in their questions. We'll be opening up the floor. You may ask the question to any one of the panel member, naming it, or it can be common for our panel member. Also, to have a twist, I've come up with some one-word questions. So, it also entices us as well as the attendees out here. So the first question, Indu, it is to you that considering a Gartner report, which said about women have put up high levels of efforts during pandemic, but they are suffering from fatigue, So only 43% of the women, they agree that they have enough energies to continue with their leisure activities, which is notably very less than the male counterparts, which is 54%. They feel that they have a high on energy to carry up the leisure activities. So as an HR leader, how do you see the pandemic has changed the perception of work-life balance? Does it drift towards hybrid work culture, or do you have any accumulation to it?
Great question. And I think, this has been going for last 2 years, and pandemic has actually taught us a very important life lesson, value what you have, which probably none of us did before pandemic hit us. Work-life balance as a concept existed even before COVID hit us, right? But I think the actual value of what it really means came into existence after, we got into the lockdown. There was no boundary for anybody, when does your work end and when does your personal life start? And, the data that you share, 43% versus 54%. Surprising is even the men don't feel that they are 100% there and they have enough time. Yeah. So I think it has hit everybody equally. People are feeling, fatigued. People are feeling tired, exhausted with, what they're going through. And I think organizations today are doing a lot in that space to ensure that people feel more comfortable. People do have time to spend, for their own, personal interests, hobbies that they have. Also, the generation that we have today, their interests and their passion are very different than, if you see the generational, study, if you would have ever read it, how it has changed over period. You have a gig economy thriving right now. Why? Because, people don't want to spend a lot of time sitting and doing one activity. Yeah, they want to do something, but they parallelly also want to go and spend some time to rejuvenate themselves, re-energize themselves, do something that interests them. So in that way, I think, the pandemic did definitely teach us a good lesson in that area. Hybrid model came into existence because of it.
Right.
And, flexibility is something that everybody looks for now. If you don't give flexibility to employees, people are actually not happy with, what they have at work. And flexibility means different things to different people. For me, it might be something else. For everybody else sitting in this room, it might be very different, a concept of what flexibility means for them. So to be able to, offer our people what they really want, and, have that ecosystem where they can actually pick and choose what will work for them. That's what organizations are moving towards now as a concept.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next question to Nidhi, to you. We can't disagree the fact of that the purpose and values, they impact the productivity at the work. None of us out here would deny the fact. So there is a report out and which says that 82% of employees say that it's important for the organizations to see them as a person and not as an employee. So when the survey was done, so 82% of the employees said that yes, their organizations treat them as people, not as their employee. And only 45% of employees believe that the organization actually sees them, that yes, they are people, right? So as an HR leader, what are the challenges you go through while making a policy for the organization, considering the fact that the part where you also have to incorporate personal values in those policies?
Sure, that's a great question. I hope I'm audible to everyone. So before I answer this question, I do have to share a disclaimer that whatever views I'm sharing on this platform, they are my personal views and they do not represent any of the organizations that I've worked with. Having said that, to your question, you talked about purpose and personal value. I think the most challenging part today and most critical part is to develop human-centric leadership and the associated behaviors. And when I say that, the human-centered leader should be able to solicit feedback from the employees when they are making the policy and process redesign, help them connect more to the purpose of the organization, as well as help them take the decisions, their own decisions, and choose their own path to continue to move forward. Now, what is this human-centered leadership? For me, in my view, 3 aspects are very important to develop that human-centered leaders, because they lead with empathy, they lead with authenticity, and also adaptability. A human-centered leader is actually able to shred that command and control model and go to a more open source change strategy, which allows the employees to also be a part and co-create a change decision, which is very important. Secondly, also with that open source change strategy, the employees are able to own the implementation planning. And thirdly, of course, talk about that change very openly and be that ambassador to the entire change process. An open source strategy could be deployed in multiple ways, whether it is through seeking feedback from employees on any of the policy or process change through employee surveys, or leveraging the employee resource group and creating that safe space where people feel heard, people feel that their ideas are valued, and that would make them connect more with the organization purpose and feel that yes, they are valued as a person.
Yeah. So thank you so much. It's so nice to take people's view when you make policies itself for them. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on it. Moving on to you, Pallavi. As per the reports of World Economic Forum, on global gender gap report, which came in 2021, they said early projections from international labor organizations suggest that 5% of all the employed women lost their jobs, compared with 3.9% employed men, right? LinkedIn data further showed that marked decline in women hiring into the leadership roles have happened since then. So being a CHRO, how do you see this as a challenge in bridging a gap, the gender gap across the corporate world?
So thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So first, just before I get into this answer, but I want to just thank Nidhi and, the kind of insights you've given. So I just want to add something what Nidhi kind of just said on the human-centric, and probably from there, I can add a bit on the question you've asked. So, definitely a challenge right now is to bring that human-centric leadership. And, I think human-centric because there's so much of generations we are talking about. We are talking about, multi-generational workforce. We're talking about diversity, which is women we are talking about. And everybody is becoming different. We've got so much of different thought process across. We're talking about, learning from Generation Z. We're talking about learning from, millennials. You're talking, I don't know, baby boomers. So everywhere there is so much of chaos in terms of mindset altogether. Now, coming to that, one size does not fit all. And I think that's a concept probably all of us need to understand as HR leaders, as leaders also. I mean, we understand, but how to influence leaders is another difficult task for us and task for us. So, I mean, so while you're talking about, with the LinkedIn study or the Gartner study that, women have lost jobs, or they kind of decided because of fatigue, because of multiple reasons to kind of step back to take care of their family. But there's a blessing also because of so much of hybrid work environment that is created that, you can actually attract a lot of talent So today, I really don't like to call women-centric so much because it's about talent across every space. So whether from Gurgaon or to a Bhopal or to like Raebareli, so I can attract talent anywhere if I'm providing this kind of flexibility and everything to women, or I would say any talent available. Now, coming to this part completely on the dive, as a CHRO, how do I really see this challenge of attracting women and getting more women? Probably, it really talks about whatever probably Indu said and Nidhi said, having the right ecosystem created. Till the time my leaders are not, they are not convinced, they've not given that sponsorship to kind of attract and get more women, and they understand that, they can add value. So I think I'll just give one example. Very recently, it happened with a senior business leader. And, I was just having discussion. I said, I mean, your entire team has male colleagues, so, I mean, you've got a influence them to get more women within your team? And the answer kind of came from her was also that I think that we don't find so much of talent out in the market with the same kind of experience in women. And I was like, you yourself are a woman. So I think, here it's not about getting the support from our leadership. It is also about our own mindset. And I think that's the role of CHRO today. We are struggling and we are kind of, trying to influence every single person, whether male, whether women, that, how do everybody adds more value to the team itself. Another example, and the reason I'm bringing these examples, because all of us sitting here probably is going through this day by day.
Yes.
One from my team itself, we were just discussing about one of the roles, and I think Pallavi, probably for this role, I may want to go for a male candidate because this role is too much of a pressure. The role has a lot of pressure. You're talking to so I really had to bring this point. So, every time, and so, okay, these are two examples where I kind of spoke about loudly, but I'm sure all other leaders have to do this. They have to start questioning their own teams that, where they can bring women and can you create that ecosystem that they can add value. So I think if I would have answered some of your stuff.
Yeah. I think we face it day in, day out, and then, it's all is in the mindset, really. Yes. Moving up to another question to you, Ms. Sindhu. I understand motherhood is a responsibility that creates a need to the needs of a human race. If we see the Maternity Benefit Act of 1961 in India, women are more liable to get 6 months of paid leave. That's what is the act been on paper. Considering the ever-changing work development across the domains, multiple projects, as an HR leader, how do you see this existing policies match up with the actual needs, of today's women at work? That's my first part of the question. Next, I'll ask you post answering the first part of the question.
I think most of the organization, I think we've come a long way from, last few years in the way we look at women and diversity itself. Diversity still a few years back used to be just gender-based, right? Whether it's men or women. There's a huge shift there. Diversity just doesn't mean that. Diversity is people playing different roles, coming from different backgrounds, veterans, people coming from economically weaker sections, LGBTQIA. So, there's a shift is happening now. Most organizations are now shifting to gender neutral policies, where, it is irrespective of, what role do you play, what gender do you identify with, policies equally apply to you. Coming specifically to, women and, having children and then coming back into mainstream, it's not been easy. It's not been easy. And in last few years, 15, 20 years back, I had 2 children. The maternity leave used to be just 3 months at that point in time. We've moved and we've progressed. We have 6 months now.
6 months now.
Many organizations offer 12 months also. What changes the organization is bringing in is everybody has a different need. Parents, new parents who get into that role, they have different needs. Somebody has a very strong support system at home. Someone doesn't have that support system at home. How do you ensure that people get the support that they need? And hence, there are flexibility options available in organizations. And, we kind of also encourage the primary caregiver and the secondary caregiver, to have equal amount of benefits. So each parent can play, a vital role in upbringing the children that they have. When I talk about flexibility, it goes up to 12 months actually. So when you come back, if the primary caregiver doesn't wish to play the full role that they were playing before, they went on maternity, they have an option to do that. They want to take flexibility. They don't want to come into office every day because you have certain, maternal requirements to be with your child. They could have those flexible options available to them. Getting them back to speed. I remember when I came back from my maternity first time, it took me 1 week to get back all my systems up and running because all passwords had expired. Nobody was worried about it. Now, when the person comes back, we kind of try to connect with the person beforehand, get them up to speed on what changes the organization has gone through in those 6 months. So they do not feel lost when they return back into the organization to work. They have enough support. Before they go for their maternity leave, we equip them with, what all to expect in that period. What all they should be doing, how can they still stay connected if they wish to, stay connected with their managers, with their teams if they want to, because, the FOMO is a big thing these days, right? Even if you're on maternity, we wish to still be connected to, to the organization, to our people. How do we ensure, we at least offer those options to all the parents?
Right. And the second part to this question is, if given a choice, apparently, what other facilities do you feel should be incorporated for the women to abide by the work demand as an employee centricity? Because as you rightly said, it's a FOMO concept really coming in. So how can the environment around her and the work demand can be a more employee centricity for her?
All right. I think few things that we do, and maybe I'm sure a lot of other organizations must be doing as well, is educating the teams and the managers that they work with. Because it's not just the person who's using or who's going away or taking a break, it's also people around them on how they can be more welcoming to the individual when they come back, help them come back and feel more comfortable, transition smoothly into the role again. So a lot of education that happens for the teams, for the managers and other people that interact with. For the person themselves, we do have counseling options available. So if they need, initially when you come back, there's emotional, trauma that you go through because you're separating from your child. There are other issues, there are family pressure. If you're not able to give enough time to your child at home, the person goes through a lot of emotional turmoil, to make sure, how do we get the person more comfortable and transition back seamlessly into the role? That's few things. Plus other, smaller things, which I think everybody would be doing, providing the right infrastructure for the new parent when they come back, into the mainstream. We also have a concept of, the parental leave can be given to either parent, not just the mother. If the father is a primary caregiver, we had a case like that, the mother sadly and unfortunately passed away during childbirth. So, we gave all the benefits, all the support to the father so they can actually take care of the child during that period. I think, the whole paradigm is changing now. Earlier policies used to be very rigid. This is what will happen and this is what you have to take. Now it is becoming more flexible and open-ended, depending on what people really want. So you have a bouquet of services, you can always pick and choose what works for you. Just like we saw in Vikram's, he spoke about Netflix, right? How that change has come through. Now you can always pick and choose when you want to see in, a series or a program that you really like or a movie that you like. It's not dependent upon when it is running in the theater or what time the show is. Exactly the same way, that flexibility concept is actually coming into the workplace too.
Yes. And we're so happy to know that that the flexibility is there, and every person or every employee's need is different.
Right.
And if we can, as an employee, if I can pick and choose as per the policies, which actually is relevant to me, I think then the growth for organizations are surely going to happen. Next question to you, Nidhi, is according to a report which came up in 2018 about women at the workplace, there has been a disparity of a pay scale between men and women. And I think there are still, the space is still going up because when we read up articles, we find up and there are a lot of voices out for this. It was been known by the Labor Bureau in India, and it was been found that agriculture labor in the rural areas, there was a distinguished daily wages being paid between men, which used to get 264 rupees compared to a woman agri labor with 205 rupees. What is the certainty of having the same practice in the corporate world? And do you foresee as an HR leader that it's going to be a challenge in the upcoming years when women have already been nailing up the C-suite positions now? in different STEAM organizations. Do you foresee that it's still a challenge with, women around?
I think a key question, all of us at any point in time, compensation is on the top of our heads. Well, I really feel, first of all, both these sectors, the agriculture sector and the corporate sector, they're wired very differently. While agricultural sector is more labor intensive, there are not much data available in terms of surveys which can have a more equitable, rational compensation benchmarking, versus when we move towards the corporate sector, the wage decisions are made on multiple factors. For example, it is the education or technical functional skill that the individual brings on the table. Also, the experience the individual carries. It could be also different performance parameters or niche capabilities that the individual gets on the table. So most of the organizations, I'll say, indulge into different kind of compensation benchmarking surveys. There are aggregators and organizations out there who specialize into such benchmarking and studies. So most organization takes the benefit of it if they're not doing it on their own. Plus, to keep ourselves competitive in the market and to hire the best talent, there is this regular competition analysis as well, which corporate sector does it very regularly. Well, that's what these sectors do to ensure that there is a fair, equitable pay. There is, of course, a investment, and there is this whole focus from the organization's leadership also towards a fair pay policy.
Right.
But I think when it comes to women, and it's not just women, the way compensation benchmarks are derived in a corporate sector, they are gender agnostic, right?
Yes.
Because we don't define compensation that for an X job, I would give Y compensation to a female versus Z to a male versus something else to some other gender. So they are gender agnostic.
Right.
I think for any individual, and especially women, if they want to command fair and equitable pay, there are 3 E's which are very, very important. The first E is about education. It's very important to continue that investment into your upskilling, reskilling, have those certifications on your job. Also, the second E is about exposure.
Okay.
Exposure of working with cross-functional teams, working with multiple different departments. So when we look at our corporate careers, the foremost thought is, oh, I want to grow in my career, and that growth has to be vertical.
Right.
What we don't realize is that growth can be also lateral.
Right.
When you work with sub-functions within your function, I'm an HR professional, there is a HR business partner, there are compensation benefit analysts, there are talent acquisition teams. So as a HR professional, I can expose myself to the different functions, get an opportunity to work with multiple different regions and gain that exposure. So the second E. And the third E is about experience. If I'm an HR business partner today, have I invested enough time and invested enough to be a professional expert into my own domain, right? So these 3 E's would really help the women to outshine their peers at any point and command a fair and equitable pay.
Great. Thank you so much. I think all the audience out here, they are going to really remember these 3 E's, not on a gender bias, probably we can take it further. Yes. Next question coming to you, Pallavi. There was an article published in Forbes in November 2022. It highlighted that most of the organizational leaders want their employees to return back to their office from remote work locations, right? There was an argument also that remote working can actually lead to social isolation. And they can actually blur a lot of work-life situations. However, LinkedIn statistics show that job applications for positions offering remote work environment are 4 times higher, right? Then those applications to those organizations then don't offer that environment. So in your opinion, what impact do remote working or a hybrid working arrangements have on the work-life balance of a woman who would like to take up their corporate careers? And how can an organization optimize these arrangements for a mutual benefit?
Okay, interesting question, but let me tell you myself, I'm actually quite game for hybrid myself, because I definitely think that that's an in thing. You attract talent, you're able to retain talent, and you kind of provide them flexibility what they want. You bring giving them kind of engagement that, you're trusting people completely that they're supposed to deliver what is expected out of them. Well, that's my opinion. Coming to the question what you said, because obviously today organizations definitely want their people to come back. A lot of companies are kind of making it very compulsory, 2 days to start with, 3 days to start with, 5 days to, you have to come every day. All those things are happening. Now, the reason probably is not completely social isolation. It is more about the trust factor. This is more about the factor that, you also want people to kind of mingle and do a lot of brainstorming, because I think ideas are getting lost a bit. There's a lot of innovation that comes together. There's a lot of team bonding that comes together when you're meeting, and, there's a physical fun and I wouldn't use the word fun alone, but yeah, there's a physical cohesiveness together. I think people, they want to come back, but then, I think the way probably organizations, and I'll see this impact, is hybrid is going to be the most important aspect today. What organizations have to do right now is to really understand and keep educating managers and employees. So here employees are also equally responsible for it. Probably the 20% employees who do not, or who don't use hybrid so well, the way managers would like them to use it, the 80% people who are actually being very efficient gets penalized, I would say.
Right.
Because ultimately you start questioning those 80% people also because of those 20%.
20%.
So I think the Pareto definitely goes here. I think it's all about education, bringing those right, I don't like those words, controls, and completely looking at the data entries and ins and outs. I think these are all passe things. So these are not the things. This is how as every manager takes a responsibility, continue educating their team members, and also keep building the trust, has a right clarification that, okay, these are my expectations from the role. I don't know if managers today really understand a lot of time that these are my expectations also from this individual. A lot of them, they'll just go with a very vague thing. Okay, these are few things you have to complete it by the end of the week or end of the month. But there has to be regular check-ins. There has to be regular discussions, meetings. So I think these are few, very important aspects to look at, in terms of attracting, retaining, engaging. And if you provide those hybrid, you've engaged your employees also for a longer time that, they have a lot of flexibility around. I think apart from these, organizations also have to create certain control mechanism also, which again, not those check-ins and everything, but where, some bit of social element is required. So if you're calling them back to office, or you have some places around, so, teams traveling. So some of those aspects needs to be, again, continue to engage. And I think that's what I think we and some of my last organizations I've worked with has done that. In fact, before COVID also, I would say last 10 years, now I'm with Finesta, which is an Indian organization. But before that, for last 10 years, I've always been hybrid.
Oh.
So in fact, when COVID hit, it wasn't a big deal for me because while it was not hybrid for me, I was also managing teams or working with teams which is hybrid. I mean, irrespective, we may say COVID, non-COVID, all of us, including all three of us sitting there, we have teams across scattered.
Yes.
So we have been connecting over calls only with them, everyone, and how we've been inspiring them. So I think that has to continue, but we have to just keep thinking that how did we manage to do that? And with this is not a new thing. In fact, now it's a in thing. So how do I, we kind of work on it?
Okay, great. So we have been discussing a lot about work-life balance, work culture practices across the organizations. I believe personal experiences are the amalgamation with public presence make wonders. So I have few questions, which is a rapid questions, and I personally feel you should be sharing your first thought, which comes to your mind listening to that question. So this question will be common to all three of you. But the first thing what comes in your mind, I
It'll be
think.
faster if you have a hamper here.
Yes. Sure. So describe your ideal work-life balance in one sentence. We can go like this.
Okay, my work-life balance is I do what I feel like doing, socializing, partying. My Friday nights has to be my nights. Yeah, so
Okay,
that's my
great.
work-life balance.
Flexibility.
Okay. To you, Indu.
So I choose when I start to work. I choose when I end my day, provided I'm able to accomplish what I wish to in the day.
Oh, great. What book has had the biggest impact on your professional life?
I'm not an avid reader, but and I don't remember the name of the book. Apologies for that. Recently I was reading this book, not completed it yet, but has had a lot of learnings from it. Is Indra Nooyi's biography that she wrote. I think that's one that I've been reading, and the experience that she's shared and what all she's gone through in her life, and the experiences what they've made her what she is today.
Okay. To you, the same question.
Yeah, just like Indu, I'm not a very avid reader, but I mix with podcasts and articles and videos. The recent one which I was reading, which I found quite interesting, was What Got You Here Won't Get You There.
Oh, okay.
So I think there are two, I would say one is a book from Apurva Purohit. I think she is the one who's been doing a lot of work on D&I space. I think the book's name is What Men Want or something like that. So it really talks about real issues of women at workplace and the way she's put across. I think she's, she's a business leader and she was one of the FM companies also. So that was one. And I think there's a South African author, Nivema. So what, so there's a book called, she has written Politics. If you don't do politics, politics will do you. Oh my God, that's such an interesting read that you really realize that how do you want to work in the corporate world.
Okay. Next rapid question is, if you could control plus Z, that is control Z, one mistake in your career, what it would be?
You just have to repeat the question, I think.
If you could control Z, one mistake in your career, what would it be?
I think that will be the mistake of controlling them. Let's just set them free. Let them choose their own path and move forward. But yes, coach them as you coach them to channelize their energies in the right direction.
Okay.
I think if I control, obviously, I don't know, but then it has to be right understanding of your business and stakeholders. And, you can't control them, but probably that's a mistake. We all, probably I would have ended up doing. So, continue to kind of understand your stakeholders, their requirement at any given point of time and try to coach them or try to work your strategies accordingly.
I think what I regret I should have done sooner than later is, making a switch and trying to get exposed to a different work area. So I've made a lot of changes in my, although I've just worked with 3 organizations in my last 23 years, but in that period, I've made a lot of changes within the organization doing different roles. I wish I could have started that much sooner than I did.
Great. Your preference, business casuals or complete formals?
Business casuals.
You see what I am in.
Business casuals.
Okay, great. Your take on social media surfing at workplace?
Okay, so you're talking to HR people on this. So, we have to talk something else at office and something here. But then I think, we're talking about generational diversity and I think social media does help.
Yeah.
Again, just leave it on people, trust them the way they're wanting to use it. I wouldn't say that, it's bad or good for anyone, but I would not like to even control it because it's about engaging and letting people do what they want.
Okay.
I'll say good for professional networking, but it can get bad soon if it starts controlling you as a person.
Okay.
I think times have changed. Previously, you would see organizations would actually put a lot of restrictions on the sites you could access. You don't need that anymore. People have their phones in their hand.
Right,
You
right.
can't control what they do on their phone.
Right.
Till the time they're doing their work properly, there shouldn't be any problem with it.
Great. Thank you. If you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
So heroine, superheroine.
Okay.
Okay.
Heroes.
So
Heroes.
what that power be? I think my power would be to make a human-centric leadership. Just something what she said.
Great. To you,
Yeah.
Nidhi?
My power would be to help as many people as I can. I think our education system doesn't teach us how to structure ourselves in a corporate world. We all learn by failures. We all learn by observing people. I'm sure I have had my own failures and navigated through these stages. If I could share that experience with as many people as I can, that's what I would do with my superpower.
Okay.
I think I'll probably talk a little personal superpower I would like to have is, to be able to help stray animals as much as I can.
Okay.
I have a pet. I'm a pet lover. And
Yes.
I see so many pets being abandoned on the road, especially after the offices have reopened. People are not able to take care of them. And so, they wish to just do away with them. I wish I could help them all.
Oh, great. One last rapid round question. Who has been your biggest supporter so far?
Undoubtedly my family.
Okay.
I would say it has to be, family, but my husband, within family also my husband. I think we've all gone through a biological cycles, son, with career, travel, I think definitely is.
Okay, great.
I would agree, totally.
Okay.
You can't work without the family support, and husband is the biggest supporter that you would have at home.
Great. So I have actually asked a lot of questions from my side. The floor is now open to the delegates. You may ask the questions to the panel members.
Seems we have shared it all. There are no
Yes.
questions.
So any questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, my name is Vijay. Quick question, because I come from a service industry background where we still see a lot of participation from, it's basically gender based question, because diversity, as you explained, it's not only about gender diversification, but it's about the different culture that we bring at the workplace. But we still see, at least in the technological vertical, we see a participation from the female employees is certainly on the lower side. On an average, you will see a 70-30 sort of a ratio, where 70% of the male population dominates the rest of the world. How do you see, and what's your thoughts basically about it? Means, what can people do? I guess Pallavi also brought in one of the important factors, how we drive that culture, that is also important. But basis your understanding, your experience, how do you see we will be able to make that change across the industry?
This question is to all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
So maybe if I've understood your question is, how do I get more participation of diversity or women within the workforce or in any events? Is that the question? Okay, workforce. But yeah, just quickly, the thing is that unfortunately, how much we may want to try and say diversity, organizations are doing the bit. So let me be very honest, every organization today I know has a target to get women. They have policies, they're creating ecosystem, everything is happening. But then a big challenge what we have is to have that talent out in the market also. And we forget that, there are less number of women in the market. So probably the first thing is to get that is we continue to work within ourselves. All of us sitting here, when we become parents, we have our own society, our own networks, our family, that how are we educating our women cousins or daughter or brother, whatever, that you have to get into work and you don't have to stop working when you have your you become a mother, or you have some family or relocations. I think that is going to be the biggest change. I mean, I attended one of the conferences, and there also the same thing came in. I mean, it's not about organization, participation we want. In fact, we all want it. It is about how do we first create a base, right? And how each one of us hold that baton of educating. Yeah.
I think, she brings in a very important point. Pallavi kind of, imposes around how the mindset needs to change in our society. I think other thing is also, how you can be supportive of females within the organization. So it is seen as a promising sector to get into, because certain sectors are like that, right? Maybe there are lesser women there, more men. Even if you see engineering colleges, right? The ratio is really skewed there. How can we ensure, we are supporting our women to kind of pursue education also in fields which are mostly, dominated by men? Apart from that, I think, how you, within the organization, providing that support, offering that support to people. Some sectors are anyways going to be like that, right? But if you see the change, you see women taxi drivers, you see women truck drivers, you see women, driving metro trains these days. So that shift is happening. It's slow because, traditionally we don't think women can play that role. I think the more we support, the more it'll happen. And the mindset definitely plays a very critical role in it.
And if I may add my 2 bits to what Indu said, and obviously Pallavi said, there are, like both of them elaborated, there are a lot of things organizations are doing to promote a diverse workforce. But I also feel that the change starts from home. Do we actually support the women in our house to take up and prioritize their careers? A simple example is that today at our home, if you have a male child and a women child, and both of them come back from an outing together, do we ask the male child to go in the kitchen and get a glass of water on their own, or ask them to sort of go in the kitchen and cook sometimes? But that mindset at home also is that there are certain responsibilities that we have actually made it in our mind that these are to be owned by a women versus these are to be owned by men. If that change, while of course organizations are trying hard by way of training, unconscious bias training, by having those diversity targets, by ensuring that they have women panels to hire more women, and there are C-suite executives, but that actual change actually begins from our home. And until we are able to go there and question some of our own mindset, I don't think so we can change the world.
Great. Yes. I think we can connect. Acha, there's one question. So we can take this up as a last question, and then we can connect over during the lunch, because we should not come to eat lunch and the thoughts.
So good afternoon to all the panel members. My name is Neha, and my question is to Indu ma'am. So ma'am, I have a mix of 2-3 questions I'll quickly ask you. So like we're talking about women's pursuit of work-life balance. So do you have any specific policies for, different genders, or say specifically for women's to, have a complete work-life balance in your organization?
So our policies are, broadly very gender neutral. We don't focus it on any specific gender, whether it's a man, a woman, or any other, gender identified, employee that we have. We offer flexibility to all of them. When COVID happened, and after that, when we started to call people back, from their home to start to work from office, there were a lot of challenges people faced, because most of the people had gone back to their families, right? That's the safe place you find, when you're in a big issue or a big problem. Everybody was back to their families, and the COVID situation actually, showed you the ugly face of life, which, I hope nobody ever sees again. They did not want to leave their parents alone. There were people who were going through mental issues and mental problems. So we brought a lot of help around how can we cater to people's not just physical well-being, but also mental well-being during that time, which was applicable to all employees. If people had challenges with younger kids at home, and they did not have any daycares to leave because daycares were closed that time, We offered them support that they can continue to work from home, have that flexibility, whether it's a father or a mother, didn't matter. It was applicable to all, and we offered that option to all our employees. They did not want to come back to office because they did not have enough support for their elder parents at home. We offered them support that, they can probably take time, be with them, get them back to, the workplace, as in, the home location where the office is based. So multiple of those things that we did to make sure people were comfortable in that situation. And those are policies that continue to exist in the organization today also.
So ma'am, like you mentioned that you have different gender diverse, you have a gender diverse policies, and earlier you mentioned that flexibility means different to different people in different circumstances that they're having. And don't you think it's time to change? We are much ahead of talking about gender equality. We are much ahead of that now. And don't you think that it's time to change to some individual centric policies in special cases like maternity, or, if somebody is having some health issues, family issues? But the main problem comes in when, like if you give some benefits to a new mother, then the main problem comes is how do you as an HR, you handle the acquisitions from the different gender, or, from the rest of the people working in the same team, that why she has been given, such flexibility and why we are not getting it. So how as an HR, you handle those situations?
Right. That's a very relevant question. I think most of the professionals might go through that, right?
Yes.
How do you know where that balance is? When do you have a standard policy for everyone, and when do you think it can be fluid or customized? And that's also an issue that we face, right? When you're dealing with a large population of people, you need to have some structure there, for which you have your basic standard policies applicable. But when situations like that come in, when you have to cater to individual needs of a person, you deal with them on a case-to-case basis. You don't, go and say, okay, policies change for everyone because we've done it for one individual, because that doesn't mean flexibility, right? That doesn't mean customization. Customization means it's specific to the needs of an individual. And by now, the way we've been practicing it, I think the whole organization knows about it. And nobody not many people come and question, some still do. But because they are not aware of the circumstances in which the person has been and basis which the decision has been made, they probably are not aware. Once they come and speak and they are being told about it, things often settle.
So my last question, it's open to everyone. So how do you attract women on career breaks, and what suggestion would you give to a new mother to keep herself motivated to focus on her career, because she's juggling between, her family and her career? So what suggestion would you like to give?
It's open
I
to.
have one suggestion for women, and I truly believe into this. There are 3 syndromes that as women we all have. And the sooner we overcome those syndromes, it would help us sort of flourish in our careers. The syndrome number 1 is superwoman syndrome. We tend to own too much responsibility of childcare, responsibility of spouse care, home care, and of course the self-care and self-investment goes to the backseat. So that needs to be truly overcome. The second syndrome which needs to be overcome is the perfectionist syndrome. Right. We want to do everything with perfection. And we sometimes forget that Superman also do not exist. And the truth is that we can't have it all. No one can have it all. So there would be certain situations in which you will end up prioritizing your work if you want to really flourish in your career, and possibly not see through all these steps that your child, or your child takes, or what happens in your home all the time. And the third syndrome, the sooner we overcome that, would help us further. Third syndrome is that guilt syndrome. Imagine a situation where your partner is missing a PTA because he or she has to attend a work meeting, versus a mother, feeling that guilt of leaving behind a child because she has to prioritize something which is important at work. So that guilt syndrome, superwoman syndrome, and of course, the perfectionist syndrome has to be overcome from our lives. The sooner we do it, the more successful we would be as
So
well.
I'll just like to add,
Thank
very
you.
nice. I just want to add this because I think Indra Nooyi said this beautifully on the guilt syndrome. So
Right.
she said, whatever you do, there will be a guilt. I mean, whether at office you've missed a deadline, there's a guilt. At home, you've not attended a feature, there's a guilt. I think she's been talking about, that incident where she kind of spoke about that, she reached home after a very successful meeting and then her mother said, go and get a milk packet. I think that's a video which has been really going around. And she said, and that was a time when she picked up with guilt. So I think when Nidhi was talking about it, it was going in my mind, the same incident. So guilt is the only thing. We are okay. We are fine. Just self-love is the most important thing as for this point.
Yeah.
Great.
I
So
think
nice.
That's really good. I probably can relate it back to a leader who we had in an organization, a female leader. And she used to be online till 9, 10 in the night. And I used to ask, how are you able to manage it, work and personal life? She said, I don't bother about, if my house is clean, if my dusting is done or my laundry is done or not. I know what I need to prioritize. I think that's what is important. Decide for yourself, right? Nobody else can prioritize for you. You know what is important. You are the one who draw boundaries. You're the one who set expectations for yourself. Don't let anybody else do it for you.
Great. Good. I think we have to end this panel discussion. It was beautiful thoughts moving around. At the end, I would just like to sum up that Flex and Flourish reminds us that the future of work is just not a place, but it is a state of our mind, right? An environment that adapts, empowers, and inspires us all. Let us embrace that paradigm shift and craft workspaces that nurture creativity, collaboration, and innovation for a brighter tomorrow. With this, we end the panel discussion. Over to you.
If beauty with brains had faces, the panel discussion of HR Summit 2023 Delhi chapter just contributed a new picture to it. The panel, thank you everyone. Moving ahead, we would take a moment to felicitate our respected speakers with the memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Yashamandira Khade to please do the honors. Requesting Ms. Indu Sharma, Global Head of Talent and HR at Bain & Company, please step up for the felicitation. Requesting Ms. Nidhi Lahoti, HR leader, to please step up for the felicitation. Okay. Requesting Ms. Pallavi Podar, CHRO, Fenesta Windows, to please step up for the felicitation. All speakers and moderators club up for the group picture with our sponsors.
Skoda, our official title sponsor. Vaidyanath, our official gifting partner. Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Clovia, our official beauty partner. Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. We are truly grateful for your support. Let's have a massive round of applause. Now request our esteemed speakers and the moderator, please take their seat. It was truly awesome to have all of you together. And today, we witness the power of Flex and Flourish.
That being said, we'll take a break now for lunch. We have other great things lined up ahead, tackling potential and the opportunities at HR Summit 2023. Please proceed to the lunch venue. You love yourself and join us back at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Happy networking.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining back again. I would request the first row to kindly open their laptops and sign in to the Wi-Fi. Rohit? Yeah. So this is the username and password for the first row of the Wi-Fi. So the first row people, can you just sign in through it? So the name of the Wi-Fi is Radisson Guest. If there's any issue, please let us know. Wi-Fi is Radisson Guest. Radisson Guest. Radisson Guest. I would request the second row also to log into the Wi-Fi with the current password and username. And the Wi-Fi name is Radisson Guest. You'll have an option of conference attendee. You need to click on that. Just help you in mind.
Hope everyone has logged in. Any issue, please let me know till second row. Yeah. This username and password is valid for 10 guests. We are showing the another slide. Rohit, please. Members of third row to please log in on that username and guest password. Those who can't able to connect to this one also, there is a third username because we have a limit of 10 guests on each. Rohit. Yeah, this is the third. I guess this will work for those who are not connected yet.
We don't need that.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope the food served was good, and so were the networking opportunities. The human race has excelled in multiple domains, but something that has remained constant is the part where humans collaborate. With that being said, the time has come to show our gratitude to our beloved sponsors, namely Skoda, our official title sponsor, AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor, Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner,
Tanu's Herbals, our official beauty partner, Outlook, our official magazine partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Mojoko, our official drinking partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, the People Management, our official HR media partner.
Startup Talkie, our official media partner, Unstop, our official outreach partner, Magic Dust, our official skincare partner, DUBeat, our official media partner, Iskia, our official global knowledge partner, NoahFest, our official event listing partner, Certify Me as our digital credential partner. We extend our sincere thanks to our wonderful sponsors for their support.
Sarthak, according to you, what is the most powerful innovation of the year 2022?
Well, I feel not just for me, but for the entire world at large. The best innovation of 2022, without any second thought, would be the ChatGPT.
Absolutely. It's revolutionizing the way we work and interact, and its impact on HR practices cannot be underestimated. Today, our focus will be on the significance of AI for HR professionals and the remarkable transformation it can bring into their day-to-day operations.
Right on. We will be covering some exciting use cases, showcasing how AI can streamline tasks like automatic replies over emails, spreadsheet automation, and even automatic PPT creation. Imagine the time and energy saved with those.
And to throw some more light on the topic, mastering AI in the HR, unlocking efficiency and innovation, we would like to call upon Mr. Nelson Satya, CEO of Blockskill Academy and nxdigita.com, an accomplished AI-powered business growth coach and consultant with 14 years of expertise in building highly successful websites and landing pages. His visionary approach to achieving growth and innovation in the digital world sets him apart.
Mr. Nelson's focus lies in helping trainers, coaches, and consultants launch and expand profitable online training using AI's incredible potential. Leveraging cutting-edge advancements in AI technology, he formulates growth strategies that empower businesses to identify new opportunities, optimize existing approaches, and drive revenue growth. As an ardent AI enthusiast, he firmly believes in delivering personalized insights to unlock the full potential of a business. He passionately advocates investing in AI-powered solutions to propel startups and enterprises towards unprecedented success.
I am sure we are excited about the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nelson Satya. It's an honor to have you, sir. The session will be continued for 18 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. Post the session, we would encourage the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of their hand. Post the AI session, we have the last keynote speaker of the day from Mr. Suraj Chetri, who is the head of Human Resources, Asian Pacific Airbus. Over to you, Nelson, sir.
Check. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So without wasting the time, let us go and explore the emerging technology which is sweeping the world as ChatGPT is revolutionizing the way we are communicating with the machines. When some say it is an inspirational idea generator, some say that it is a digital manipulator. But we need to board the bus without any further delay. So sometimes, because I am addressing HR people, a person will come to you with a 43-page resume also, which is generated by ChatGPT with a click. And you should probably ask him how much you know about your own resume. So that easy, the resume creation and the content preparation. So let's dive into what is ChatGPT. So everybody speaks about ChatGPT, and OpenAI is a company which is into artificial intelligence, and it was founded in 2015. And Microsoft integrates ChatGPT with robots and data sciences best practices generated by ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can automatically reply to WhatsApp messages also. Let us look into that. How many of you are excited to see the demo on the stage now? Okay, thank you. So as ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer, it is developed by AI. It's a large language model. So this is the survey says that ChatGPT sprints into 100 million users within 2 months. But TikTok took 9 months and Instagram took 2.5 years to reach that 100 million users. So you can see on the screen. And the most common reported uses of generative AI tools in making sales, product, service department, and service operations. Look at that survey. It is by McKinsey. So let's first take a step back to understand what makes an effective prompt. Prompt is a new word in the town. What is meant by prompt? A prompt is nothing but a command or a message given to the language module so that we get an apt kind of information. So some people say that if you garbage in and it will garbage out. So we need to be very, very specific in what we are giving instruction to give us back. So because it is going to give, we are seeing going to see this ML model, which thinks like human. So let us dive into this chat GPT. So as I said, human thinks and human prompts so that AI gives result. It is still in the control of human. Okay. So let's go to chat GPT. Let's see drafting an employee cycle, employee life cycle. There are, first one is the objective. What is the objective? We are going to draft it. And what is the context we want? 7 stages of employee life cycle with a time period of 3 months. Maybe we can replace any other. Okay. And how many of you are logged into your chat GPT now? Okay. So you can replace your own words. And the format is using bullet points with the best strategy per stage. Yeah. Okay. So let us check it with the same prompt. With a click of a, even you can specify like generate this with a tabular column. So how beautiful it is. It is giving us in an easy transform. That is, it has transformed itself into a tabular column, which is going to be very easy to follow. So how many of you have tried here? How many of you have tried here? Is it wonderful? Please don't try it on your mobile. So yeah, you can. If you don't have the laptop, then it's fine. No issues. So because, I always ask people whenever I address, use it on the laptop, even the WhatsApp, so that it doesn't give us pain on the neck also. So how many of you like this one? How many of you like this answers? Okay, thank you. So now coming to PPT. So ChatGPT version 3.5 is available for free for the public. And ChatGPT 4 is a paid version, wherein a lot of other apps are being added to it. With an API, you can create a more kind of a content or image generation also is possible now. So as I said, we need to be very specific in the prompt, not with the generic questions. And the top of it, it is called as prompt chaining. Even this is also a highly spoken word, prompt chaining, because it whenever we type in with a new chat, it remembers whatever the questions we asked in a short sentences also. Okay. So as we are into this HR tech workshop, let us dive into this the HR practices, ChatGPT in HR practices, learning and development, performance management, recruiting, onboarding, and employee support. Okay. Copy paste it. So let us draft 10 interview questions for a candidate for the role of, you can type in your own requirement. Let us see the demo. So help me out. What is the role you want to try? What is the role you want to try? Anybody? Retention. Role of HR, business partner. Do you want to mention any company name? In general. Okay. Then 10 interview questions. At TCS, yes. TCS, no issues. Right. Okay. 10 interview question. With a click of a second. So can you provide an overview of HR experience, particularly in business partnering roles, and highlight some key achievements that demonstrate your impact on the organization's success? So how many of you like this one? So how many of you are trying this? How many of you are trying this? Okay. So these are the 10 questions it has prompted us. Maybe I read out the lastly. What do you see the biggest challenge facing HR business partners in the technology industry today, and how would you address them in the role at TCS? So, okay. Next. So as we see, we have given in the reference material exclusive HR prompts, ChatGPT prompts for HR. We have included in the reference material. At the end of the day, you can download it. So we are going to see the next is attraction model. Create a job description for a position, include ABC requirement, that is responsibilities. So this is a prompt you have to write down. Create a job description for insert a position. What is the position? As I said, retention. Otherwise, can we try another the role? Recruiter. Okay. Insert the position. Yeah. Thank you. So what is the responsibility you want to give the recruiter? Onboarding. Okay. Create a job description for a recruiter, including onboarding responsibilities. Yes. Okay. Hit enter. So this is the answer with the how many of you are following it? Yes. Okay. Next. Wow. Yes. So let us try another prompt. List 10 important elements of a company career page. Okay. So as we are checking it from the ChatGPT, I'm going to give you a surprise for you. How would it be if a plugin is added to the ChatGPT? How many of you know plugins? Yes, plugins can be added to any kind of software, wherein it gives us even more kind of flexibility, or otherwise comfort, without any disturbance with the other prompts. Like that's where
I am going to guide you through AI PRM. How many of you know AI PRM? AI PRM? Yes. Okay, that's great. So now I just want you people to go to a cloud-like button here. Click on that. Click on Manage Extensions. I have a lot of extensions. Don't confuse with that. Otherwise, just go to Google and type AI PRM. AI PRM for ChatGPT. How many of you are following? Do you want me to be slow? Little, yes? Okay. Okay. If you can give me the answer, then you are following. So AI PRM for ChatGPT. So just click on Add to Chrome extension. Because I am added already, it will give me a different one answer. So this is the AI PRM for ChatGPT. So because I have added already, it is giving me remove from Chrome. Okay. ChatGPT. So now if I click on new chat, the whole the interface will change now. Yes. So how many of you are following now? How many of you are on this page? On this page? Yes. Okay. So as soon as we add it and click on the refresh button, the AI PRM will be added to your ChatGPT. So probably it looks like this. Okay. Now you have option to search for your own prompts here. How many of you are following? Okay. Are you on the same page? Okay. So now there are options like, topic, activity, top words, not specific, or otherwise, if you are using ChatGPT 4, that is different. And here, just type HR. Just type HR. Okay. So how many of you want to see the magic here? One click Human Resource Pro. Just one click. Okay. Just select this one. It will be added to yours. And you need to type the role and the type of the business you are into. That's it. And for example, it is giving us paralegal at a law firm. What is that you want to try? What is that you want me to try? Any answer?
Sir,
What is that?
Talent acquisition. Talent acquisition at a consulting firm.
Yeah, talent acquisition. Okay. So hit enter. So it's asking me, can you provide with the name of the consulting firm? Okay. Yes. Hit enter. Duties and responsibilities required, the qualifications, TCS employee checkbook, contractual disclaimer, business policies, everything has been just one click. So how many of you like this? How many of you like this? How many of you are on the same page? Are you trying something? Okay, that's good. Great. And now, how many of you want a job description on one click? Job description just with a single click. So if you're into sales or insurance or any other service based, you can select from there or search the prompts here. So here I'm going to type job description. Job description. Yeah. Come down, little. Next. Yes. Click on this job description writer. It has given us options to select, like, enter your company name. How many of you are in the same page? Do you want to? Yes. So do you want time to key in your words, like, enter the company name, job responsibility, enter requirements and qualifications. Yeah. Again, TCS. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Enter the job description, job responsibility. HR manager. Okay. And enter requirements and qualifications. But probably it will give it on. Hit enter. Yeah. So even though I made a mistake in the spelling, it has given analyst. Okay. So job description, it is giving us that is HR manager analyst at Accenture. Job description, talent acquisition, employee onboarding, performance management, HR data analysis, and policy and compliance, employee engagement, benefit. So how many of you are on the same page? How many of you are on the same page? So requirements and the qualification. So it is giving us option to apply now. So the same way, it helps us to go ahead with the requirement, recruitment, like, screening interview questions. So how many of you want me to try screening 10 questions? Maybe it is easy, right? So, okay. Do you want me to try? Okay. So please help me. What is the job title? Talent. Can you type it? Talent acquisition and control V. Okay. Hit enter. Look at this 10 screening interview questions. So the 10th question I'll read out. In your opinion, what is the key qualities and skill that make a talent acquisition professional successful? And how do you embody these qualities in your work? So let us clap hands for this ChatGPT. Let us. Okay. Specific interview questions also can be generated, and also writing job offer emails. How many of you want to see the demo of writing a job offer email? How many of you? Okay, okay, 3, 4, 5, okay. So now, probably Devadashini can help me out. Say this. Just cut and paste the prompt and enter the job title, probably HR manager. Start date, we need to just insert the start date, maybe 22nd September. Including the salary of how much what is the salary you want to mention? My God. 10 lakhs. Okay, fine. 12 lakhs. Okay. Enter. Hit enter. So look at this. I hope this message finds you well. Even before I can read, it's going on. Dear candidate, I hope this message finds you well. We are delighted to extend an offer for this position of HR manager at company. Your qualification, experience, enthusiasm had made a significant impression on our hiring team. And we believe you will be a valuable addition to our organization. HR manager, September. What is the salary? 12 lakh per annum. Job responsibility. In this role, you will lead our HR and be responsible for the wide range of HR functions, including talent acquisition, employee onboarding, performance management, policy development, and more. So how many of you are on this page? How many of you like this? Let us create a warmth in the room, please. Okay. And acceptance deadline. Even the acceptance deadline also is given here. And the next step, what is the next step? And final thoughts. We are excited about the prospect you are joining our team and contributing to our team continued success. And your name, title, company name, and the company contact information. Okay. So now this is what, AI PRM plugin can help you out on this recruitment and the onboarding life cycle recruitment. Okay. So next is onboarding. So the same way, welcome emails can be sent and frequently asked questions can be framed. Onboarding survey, everything can be done. And retention and engagement also, like, employee engagement, create a 5 employee engagement survey questions. Even that is also can be done. So coming to the next development, learning and development, the training programs can be easily created with ChatGPT. Using this plugin, it is more easy to draft training programs also. So coaching questions also, offboarding, also the email announcement for creating company email announcement, announcing an employee's departure. Even that kind of mail also can be generated. Okay. Now, as we have seen this ChatGPT AI PRM plugin, I want to just see, there is no need of confusion here, because those who are on the edge, they are going to reap the fruits. Okay. Like, if you're following ChatGPT, it's not going to be very difficult to follow actually. So because small settings has to be done. See, if you can see this cloud kind of a icon, you need to click on this, come down, manage extension. That's it. So you can probably switch off the AI PRM if you don't like it. Then again, come to ChatGPT. Yes. Okay. Refresh, and the AI PRM plugin is gone. Now I would like to add another plugin which is called as Keywords Everywhere. How many of you heard of Keywords Everywhere? Yes. Okay. So I'll go to manage extension because I have already added it. So I'll search for my keyword. So it is already there. Come to ChatGPT, refresh it. Yes. How many of you see, please continue at the right hand side? Okay. So now if you come to the left hand side down below, there is templates. Just we need to select that. Look at this extension plugin, which is so easy to use also. See, choose the category. What are the categories are there? Copywriting, marketing, SEO, social media, productivity, professionals. So just you need to select, for example, let's say productivity. Okay. And what is the subcategory you want to? Let's say marketing. Then what is the subcategory? Frameworks. And select the ADA framework. Okay. So now describe the business product. What is the business product you want to add it here? Anybody, you want to give us a prompt? iPhone. Okay. iPhone 15. Yeah, okay. So what is the prompt template here? It has adjusted itself. Please ignore all the previous instructions. Please respond only in English. You are an expert copywriter that speaks, writes fluent English. Do not self-reference. Do not explain what you are doing, and write a witty ADA marketing campaign for iPhone 15. How many of you want to execute this prompt? Okay, now just execute it. Attention, ready for the tech revolution like never before. Get ready to meet iPhone 15, the future in your hands. Interest. Imagine a phone that anticipates your needs, captures memories, and stunning clarity. Let us dive into the world of endless possibility. That is iPhone 15. And the desire it has captured, and action is don't miss your chance to win the iPhone 15. The future is calling. Click the link below and upgrade your life today. How many of you like it? How many of you are on the same page? Okay. Okay. So now, how many of you want to upgrade your Google search? How many of you want to upgrade your Google search? Okay. Let's look into Google. Let's go to Google. Probably Merlin won't be found, I think so. A Chrome extension which is called as Merlin. That is Merlin, M-E-R-L-I-N. It has to be this one. Wait. It's not there. Oh, here it is. Okay. So talent acquisition, if I say talent acquisition, probably if my Merlin is at the right, it will give me the summarization. How many of you like that? Can you see the right hand side? Probably it is going down. Yeah. Sorry. Look at this. This is Merlin, okay? Merlin has given me a summarization of whatever I'm searching for. It's not like a Google search. So people use AI or otherwise ChatGPT as a Google search. No. So if you are very specific and if your objective is very clear, then you can probably use another extension, which is Merlin, which can be added to your Chrome extension, the same way which I told you. Do you want me to show again how to add to the Chrome? How many of you? Yes, okay. Okay, that's great. See, just you need to go to Google, or otherwise, whatever the plugins I'm talking about, just you need to type in Merlin Chrome extension. That's it. Chat with Merlin AI assistant powered by GPT-4, not even GPT-3. It is GPT-4. Okay, click on that. You will get a option to add it to your Chrome. So because I have already added, it is giving me the option to remove. Okay. So now the same way, there is a extension which is called as chat. Hello. Yeah. The same way, if you go to the StatSonic extension and click on the main dashboard, you can have n number of possibilities, like, AI article writer, AI article bots. You can train your AI also by your own. Probably you can train your own. Like, if you click on this, we need to have some like you need to sign up with your own email ID, and probably you can upload your own content over there, your company's content, that is a company document, and you can chat with the particular document. It is bot sonic. That is, you can create your own bots also based on your own content. So create a new bot. So you can name it anything. Say, for example, Symbiosis. Symbiosis bot, create a bot. What we need to do is here, we need to upload a file or otherwise drag and drop it. You can probably chat with a particular document. So maybe n number of pages, otherwise as a CSV file also you can have it. Otherwise site maps also. You can probably cut and paste the link so that it will go to that particular website and drag and pull across all the information for you. How many of you like this? How many of you are on the page? Okay, great to see the hands up there. Okay. So how many of you want to create pictures? That is, Midjourney is a one, which is DALL-E is another one, which is into existence just last month before. And probably I can give a demo if you can give me a prompt. How many of you want to create an image that so can you give me a prompt? Can you give me a prompt? Do you want to see an image which is generated by AI? Somebody? HR Summit. HR Summit, it must be an image, right, ma'am? Anybody want to try? Image creation. Superman. So Superman of 2023. Okay. That will give a different one. No problem. Okay. Come up with another one. Okay. Different. Otherwise, I'll give a website called Lexi. Wait. I'll give a website called lexica.art. This will give you, you asked me about the Superman, right? For this, we need to, as I told you, you cannot type just Superman. It won't give you a proper kind of image. The image generation has to be, you must be very specific in that. What is the camera? What is the front position? Whether it must be full body, otherwise only your and see, look at this, how these images would have been created. So here, a cute enemy loafy girl waits for an empty bus stop at night. So you need to just copy this, create your own. How many of you like this? Okay. Can I copy that? And instead of enemy, we'll properly put a Superman waiting for a bus. Okay. Superman waits at an empty bus stop at night. Okay, we did not specify the camera and not everything, but go generate. Click on generate. Okay, because due to a time constraint, you can probably try at home. Let's go to another tools. Otherwise, go to keywords everywhere. We have seen. Another one is compose.ai. Compose.ai. That can be added to the Chrome extension, which is useful on your Google Drives, email composition. Otherwise, drafting and any other HR activities, you can do it probably. Next. And do you want to create formulas in ChatGPT? There is an exclusive site for this, which is called as Formula Dog. Formula Dog. You can go to this website and just create your own formula for Excel. Okay. Resume screening in ChatGPT. Just you need to put the content, copy and paste it in the ChatGPT or write Sonic. You can chat with it properly whether this suits for your organization or not. Okay. And as we have seen, the 10x productivity tools, AI PRM, keywords everywhere, Merlin, Cider.ai. Even this is also an extension, Cider.ai, Writer Sonic. Okay, Writer Sonic, I've told you, it is more powerful. So this is a specific, otherwise structured kind of a content creation, which is this one is available on the reference material, right? Yes, this is available on the reference material, so no need of copying it. Just you need to replace what is the words you want to key in across here, and you will get probably a very structured kind of a content. And these are the software for HR after the AI has come into picture. So probably you can take a screenshot about that. And it is available on the reference material also. No need to worry about it. So Sam Altman says that this is a glimpse of what you are looking at. More to come. So more powerful is going to be going to come into picture. So it is time to master this AI tools. And probably ChatGPT 5 also is not in the market now. It is going to be available very soon. So there are a number of tools which I want to, in this, I just want to give you, how many of you want to, with a click of a button, how many of you want to create a powerful PPT? How many of you want to? How many of you? Okay, that's great. Okay, let's go to TOMI. Tom, in this itself. Okay. Need to sign up. Just we need to go to this tome.app, that is Tom app. And you need to click on the right hand side at the top, click on create. And what is that you want to create? It's a document to presentation, or otherwise create an image, or otherwise create a presentation about. So click on PPT. That is, what is the presentation about? What is that you want to see? The presentation? Help me out. ChatGPT, no. any other, no, you can in depth, you can ask any other, probably any other topic. Sell a pen, even that is also easy. Employer branding, okay. Just go ahead and just hit enter. Look at the magic which is giving us. It will create its own image without any complaints also. So there are websites which is, now where tools are available, whether it is copied or not. So here, if you go to this particular website, it can give you image creation, which is unique at that moment, at this moment. Yes, continue. Click on continue. Look at this. Even the image is also being created. Just click of a second. I mean, click of. Yes. Okay. Look at this. This is the content. What is the employer branding? Benefits of strong employer branding. What is employee branding? Employer branding. And the benefits of strong employer branding. Build your employer brand. Measure the success of your employer brand. And case study, successful employer branding example. How many of you like this? How many of you like this? Okay. I have 16 tools like this. Okay. So after the meeting, we can probably meet. Okay. Okay. Next. There is a tool called, you can create your own memes also. That is called, super meme. I have included in the particular reference material. We can go to unsummary, which is probably another tool which is interesting. Yeah. So this is, if you want to turbocharge your writing and content marketing efforts, or otherwise, you can read any number of pages of a book within, your own style of, it can summarize any number of pages into your own, based on your time, it can give you the summarization of the particular book. You can select the book and go ahead. So last but not even there is a tool called Talkberry, which can add it as a Chrome extension. You can talk to the chat GPT. So you can talk to chat GPT, but you must be very specific and you must be very fluent in English and the grammar must be good, so that only it can give you the answer at the very best. Move forward. Yeah. There is websites which are more useful to create prompts. That is, I have included here: Prompt Genius, Prompt Storm, Prompt Wine, Snack Prompt. These are the websites which you can use it probably to create a perfect prompt to ChatGPT. Okay. And there is a tool called excuse.ai. Do you want me to try it? So how many of you have written excuse letter in your school time? So probably you can use that website to create any kind of excuses you want. Okay. Excuse.ai. So as I said, there is this are the probable survey. 71% of employees in AI is exposed jobs are women. So because based on that, the reception, bill and account collectors, payroll and timekeeping clerks, this is based on survey from US, executive secretaries, word processing typists. So let us, master this AI tools. This is another tool which is very interesting. It will act as a girlfriend or boyfriend for you if you are a single. Okay. And I just want to give you a demo how an image can be created into a video. Just if you input a video, an image, it will give us a video. How is that? Do you want to see that demo? How many of you want to see that? Yeah, okay. Yes. Just this is a picture. It is giving us this kind of a generative. Can you play? Wait. No. You stop it. Play it. Can you replay? How an image can be processed and it imagines and gives us a generative video. How many of you like this? So you want more? I just want to, at the end, to the lighter side, I just want to show you a video which is created exclusively by generative AI. Okay. Okay. And the voice is created by 11 labs. And evil and good, they are merely a matter of perspective. We all plays in the life theater, Hollywood. Here we go. This is AI created movie.
Evil and good, they're merely a matter of perspective. We all are players in life's theatre.
This was not done. This is not done. The last, how many of you want more? How many of you want more? Another video? Okay. So the last one, this is AI generated Barbenheimer trailer. So Barbie is another one. OpenHeimer is another one. It if you ask a chat GPT or otherwise OpenAI, it will give us like this kind of a movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means if the Nazis have the bomb. She's a scientist, and I hear she's the best. Good. She's also a doctor.
Here it has taken.
She's also a flight attendant, astronaut, Marine Corps medic, paleontologist, veterinarian, a 3-time Olympic gold medalist.
Barbie as an heroine.
I see the bright pink glow of a new era. We imagine a future. And our imaginings look fabulous.
Barbie, together we're going to beat those Nazis. And we're going to look so good doing it.
Hey, Barbie, can I come to your secret laboratory later?
Sure, I don't have any plans. Just giving humanity the means to destroy itself.
Barbie, the candy we've been making is delicious, and it keeps my skin such a healthy glow.
Ken, that's weaponized uranium-235. You're probably going to die in like 12 minutes.
So you're telling me when I push this button, there's a chance we might destroy the entire world.
Yeah, but only like 60%. Hit it, Ken. Starring me as Barbie. Ryan Gosling as Ken. Matt Damon as Lieutenant General Wesley Rhodes. Will Ferrell as the
So how many of you like this?
And Kip.
So thank you for participation. I would like to thank entire Symbiosis family for having me here for this 15th edition of HR Summit. I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for the hospitality, and it was invaluable experience. I am thankful for your dedication and hard work for making it a success. I would like to thank Dr. Vandana Sonevan and Dr. Esho Mandira and Krishna Shumant and Debadashni for helping me out throughout this event. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, this is a QR code for this entire presentation. You can probably download it as you scan it. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So any questions? Any questions? The mic can be given. Yes. Can I give the mic?
Check.
Hi, my name is Swati and I work as recruiter with SHL. So my question is, we have plagiarism, on the internet when you copy paste things and present it as your own. This is all plagiarism. So will there be a tool to actually get this, like the chat GPT content, some tool that can maybe they can like a tool that can come up and tell that, okay, this is plagiarized from ChatGPT?
Yes, of course, those kind of tools are existing. OpenAI's tool, OpenAI's founder has said that it is more than expectation, because ChatGPT is a manipulator. Like, it has taken all the content from the previously, what is there in the server. So it manipulates well that it gives us kind of a human written content. So you must be aware that there is tools which can predict that whether this is extracted from or otherwise copied from wherever, Then I can give you another tools called, there are a number of tools which you can scroll into that, reference material, wherein you can rephrase it if you want to. So if you are not very comfortable with that particular generated text, you can rephrase it according to your own taste. Okay? Any other question? And also this can be automated. It can be automated also. Yeah, probably you were asking me a question.
Like, what is the database of ChatGPT, where the content is coming from and where it takes the content from? So that's what I was.
No, OpenAI is a platform. It is based on large language model, like kind of what is the neural network, the same structure of the brain. It communicates with such kind of information wherein it has been already injected. So it extracts, say for example, here now 20 trillion books is already there in the server. So it extracts, we don't know from where. It has a large language module, 6 layers, they say. So in technology terms, it's difficult to understand. Okay, any other questions? Yes. Yes, that's what, chat sonic. That's the reason to make it easy. I've given a chat GPT, chat sonic. Okay. You probably look into another websites which I have included in the reference material. You can upload your own CSV file or any other website or any other PDF file. And then you can just probably n number of pages. You can extract the data. Sorry? Yes. Yes. That is very easy, actually. Very easy, and it will give you the best thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably I can give you a offline. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Check, check, check. Thank you, sir. We hope that the workshop was not only insightful, but also a catalyst for acquiring fresh perspectives on the numerous use cases of technology. It's indeed a pleasure to have Mr. Nelson Satya with us. We will now take a moment to felicitate him with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Yashomandra Khade, Corporate Relations Head and Placement at SIOM, to please join us on the stage and do the honors.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Moving ahead, like a compass guide a ship through uncharted waters, HR frameworks navigate businesses towards strategic decisions, employee empowerment, and a culture of excellence. Exemplifying one of the frameworks, we take immense pride in embarking on the day with our last keynote session of the day on the topic aligning trifecta, people, process, and business with technology. To embark on the same, we have Mr. Suraj Chetri, Regional HR Director, India and South Asia, Airbus, with us today.
Mr. Suraj is an accomplished professional with 30 plus years of dynamic experience with a bachelor's degree in sociology from Ranchi University and a PGDPM from XISS. Mr. Suraj's journey has spanned Bata, Bosch, GM, and Textron, where he held key leadership roles. Mr. Suraj has personally been conferred with Top 5 Diversity Champion Large Organizations Award during Accelerate 2023, Best CHRO Award by IFCCI, Most Innovative CHRO by FeatherTouch, Topmost HR Leader by World HRD Congress, Top HR Innovator by APAC HRM Congress, all in 2022, Most Iconic HR Leader by World HRD Congress, CHRO of the Year during the Iconic Platinum Awards, and India's Most Agile HR Leader Award by Sapphire Connect, all in 2023.
A regular speaker at all significant business schools, seminars, and conferences, and a life member of NHRD, ISTD, and NIPM. Mr. Suraj is a Bangalore resident, passionate cook, and a proud father of 2 accomplished daughters. We shower a warm welcome to you, sir. The stage is all yours. Over to you. The keynote session will last for 35 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The reason why he's saying 25 minutes is so that y'all don't quietly, put your phone like this and move out of the room. Thank you. Thank you very much for staying back. I see a couple of really enthusiastic people that on a Saturday evening don't want to go home. So thank you very much. I think the subject itself is very interesting, and there is a crucial relationship that exists between the 3 aspects that we are going to talk about today: people, processes, business, and technology. And if executed properly, it will lead to great results. And if not executed properly, it will cause disastrous consequences in your organization. And that is the charm of technology. If executed properly, wonderful, hunky-dory, you will hear the beautiful good stories, but after behind every good or successful story, there are at least 100 disasters that guys like you and me will not stand up and talk about. Let's deep dive, and let me ask you a question. During the COVID period, who was the best CTO globally? Who was the best CTO during the COVID period? The Chief Transformation Officer. You don't know? COVID itself. Because thanks to COVID, a lot of transformation took place, which otherwise would have never, ever made it into industries and organizations. But let me quantify that and say COVID, no COVID, change was happening. It was a given that change would happen regardless of COVID or not. But what COVID did is it pressed the fast forward button, the FF button we used to see. Nowadays, you don't see that. You see 1x, 1.5x, 2x. You generation people, you'll understand that only. My generation people used to have FF in their cassette recorders. But now, I think you ask, where is the future? Is the future with 100% work from home? Or is the future 100% work from office? I think the answer lies in between. An organization should focus upon finding this answer themselves, not to rely upon, okay, Google, Facebook, IBM, or whichever company you associate with is doing it, so we should also do it. No. What works in one organization will not work in another. I can tell you this one thing, that we are living in a life of a social revolution today. It's like, it's even greater than the first industrial revolution that we had. And why I say so is each and every one of us in this room and all across the industry is going to decide how we will live, how we will work, when we will work, and where we will work. That authority today does not lie with organizations. You can bring organizations to their knees if employees say, I do not want to go back to office. And we've heard a lot of examples of such organizations. And I always say this, that work is not where you go. Work is not where you go. Then what is work? Work is what you do. And thanks to technology today, you can do it from anywhere. And in this technological shift and in this relationship where you are looking forward to enhance the profitability of your organizations, one size does not fit all. Different organizations will have to journey in their own individual roadmap, or what I call the technology roadmap, to find out where they need to be. And if you think back here, sit and think back and say, my organization has never even thought about that, then I can tell you for sure, you've already missed the bus. Because this should have been thought about much ahead of even when technology come in. And then what happens is, now you will say, okay, these are the things that are available. Let me cut and paste. We Indians are great at cut and paste and jugaad. If you say, let's cut and paste, what will happen is, you will have a plethora of technology within your organization, which will not talk to one another. And what happens? If you have employees within the organization and you don't talk to one another, colleges, students not talking to one another, faculty not talking to one another, people who've come in this conference not talking to one another, what happens? Hey, it's not a trick question. Huh? Nothing happens. If you don't talk to one another, nothing happens. So in the same way, whenever you are talking about technology, when you're talking about people, you're talking about processes, you need to see that it is simple, but at the same time complicated. Now you will say, how can it be simple and complicated at the same time? For the user, it should be simple, but the technology should be so complicated that it can do a lot of things that otherwise we could not do. So be careful. If you are going for this journey, you need to have a clear focus of where you want to reach, because I always say, y'all read children books? Do y'all read kids' books? My favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. I keep on reading that. Oh, you too, huh? I can say, me too, hashtag. Okay, it's a joke. And what happens is, in this Alice in Wonderland, Alice comes to a crossroad and looks up the tree, and there is a character called Cheshire Cat. It keeps on appearing and disappearing, you know, very, very wise cat. Don't ask me why, but. So Alice asked this cat in the crossroad saying, tell me which road I should take. So the cat was also very diplomatic. Probably it had done courses in HR or was a HR manager. He says, "You tell me, Alice, where do you want to go?" So I said, "Aha, you tell me where you want to go." So Alice says, honestly, like most employees in the organization, I don't know. I don't know where I want to go. So the cat says, then take any road you want to. What difference does it make? Don't let technology lead you that way. Be clear where you want to go, what you want to do, and how you want to do it. I'll give you an example about our organization. When we went on this journey, what we call Pulse, and Pulse is basically, if you look at it, it says, it touches the heart and the mind together. It's like the beat in the system. So when we went on this journey, we were going according to the case study method. You know what case study method is? That case study that you study in college now, it doesn't work. Huh? You ask me later why it doesn't work, I'll tell you. But this case is that it should be collaborative. It should be accountable. It should be simple, and it should empower the people that are using this. So I don't have to explain its words, that is very easily explainable. But always remember, whenever in HR or in business, you are putting any system together that works at the understanding or works on developing systems and processes, they are all linked to one another. You just now heard neural networks, you know, they are basically cells in the brain. The more these cells get attached to one another, the more intelligence that will be generated. So always remember that these systems are linked to one another, and your HR system cannot work in isolation to the other systems in the organizations. Many a times you will see HR is running in one direction. I've also done that. And business is saying, I am not getting what is required. Why? Because they are running at different directions. Even if they are running in the same direction, they are running at different speeds. And even if they are running in the same speed, the goal for both of them is completely different. So that needs to be aligned, because without working within the ecosystem in HR, you will not be able to do much. Now, honestly, you would have heard all throughout the day a lot about AI, yeah? VR, ML, MR, AR, and all those two-letter words, right? IoT, I missed IoT out. But you know, it is not about the technology that will either take you or will take the organization further. It is not about the technology. Technology, according to me, is always an enabler, which will support you in your process of development. Then what will take you? If technology is not going to take you, you must be thinking, I thought we are going to go higher and higher because of the technology of all these things that we are talking about. No. If you are only going to focus and put all your efforts in learning the technology, there will come a time that your job will be transferred to a bot or to an RPA, and some may be thinking, oh, that's already happened, which can do that at 1/10 the cost and 10 times fast. The art is, and I was telling you case study, remember? When you study case studies in colleges and schools, I mean business schools, what do? You take something that has happened in the past Okay? And you try to predict what is going to happen in the future. I'm trying to simplify it because I was not a good student. So I didn't understand all those jargons that my professors sitting here used to give me. So strangely, because of COVID, hindsight, that is hindsighters, you know, what I was talking about, what's happened in the past, does not count for foresight. Hindsight today does not count for foresight, because if that was the case, we would have predicted COVID. We would have been able to see how we can get through it. So always remember this. What you need is to understand holistically the entire system. And that's when I talk to a lot of CEOs, and they tell me, Suraj, what is missing is this holistic understanding of the entire system and how the function that people are in interact with one another. So if upskilling is not the answer, what else is the answer? Your ability to learn, de-learn, relearn, unlearn, and learn again. The last 3 years, the understanding that I have had in HR, the combined 27 years and add another 3 years of my education, I did not have that understanding of HR in the last 30 years. Be ready to accept that the speed with which things are moving is going to be drastic. Today, at least, it is 1 year, but by the time a lot of y'all reach senior positions, it'll be around 6 months. Things will change. And you have to do this. And I always say that the art is not in learning the tech, but in acquiring and harnessing your attitudes and human abilities. And an illiterate, for me, is someone, or a digital gawar in the 21st century, for me, is someone that refuses to agree that they need to learn. Learning starts from the day you are born, and it'll continue till the day you are no longer on this universe. And I've been like a teacher many a times, and I always leave you with more questions than answer questions. So now all this complexity is all around you. How then will you build an inclusive organization which sees that every individual is respected, contributes, and is a part of the entire organization? I was in another conference in the morning, and they asked me, what is your opinion about diversity? The first thing I said is, without inclusion, don't even dream of putting in diversity. Secondly, diversity is not ethnicity, gender, age, sexual orientation, or the color of your skin. Now, you may be wondering, all that I had learned so far, where exactly those things only are diversity. Correct? Then what is diversity? Diversity is different opinions. And that does not come from all these things that I talk about. It comes from what is from this year to this year and in between, and what we call cognitive diversity. If a Chinese, an African, and an Indian are in the room and they exactly think alike, or you've got 3 women and 2 guys, and they all think alike, is there diversity? You might be very proud and say, my company has 60% diversity, right? Out of 5, I've got 3 women. But is it diversity? What is diversity? Getting in different opinions within the organization. So that you need to be ensured of, that you're building an inclusive environment. Try to see boundaryless workforce. Now, what do I mean when I say boundaryless workforce? Is go where your employees want to go, where they are comfortable, and where they think they can give you the best value for the money that you invest in them. It could be that they're not interested in upskilling. They're not interested in team building. They're not interested in anything. They say, just give me the work, leave me alone. I will produce the work and I'll give it back to you. I've seen many people like that. So try to understand what works for you within your organization. Ethical challenges. Someone asked that question. Probably the lady did not like the answer, so she left on the ethical question of ChatGPT. But that is going to be one of the biggest concerns. But then again, logically think of it. Where does ChatGPT get the data from? What jokers like me put on the web, they'll only take out from there, right? If an organization has not put in confidential data, you will not get it out, right? And when you put it on the web, where is the ethical part of it? Long ago, I was back in my own college and they asked me, oh, you're talking about all these things and this and that and all. How bad and filthy it would be if you are posting someone else's honeymoon pictures, I don't want to elaborate, on the web. So I said, sir, if that couple did not hesitate to put those pictures on the web for everyone to see, if someone takes it and puts it elsewhere, what is the problem? Where is the ethical part of it? But there is a lot of laws, there's a lot of understanding, there's a lot of, I think, policies that are being made to handle this. Lastly, the most important thing is, since you are using a lot of this nowadays, and I believe if you do a study, or there would be studies, where they would show that in today's generation, the horsepower, sorry, the brain power, not the horsepower, the brain power that you use is much more than it was earlier. Obviously, there is stress on the brain. And one of the biggest things that you have to focus about is mental health moving forward. So when I talk about all these things, the technology is only like the icing on the cake. And any of y'all watch Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator movies? Okay, still a few are interested. I thought it was only an old generation thing. Remember at the end of every movie, what does he say? I will be back, right? And the next time he comes back, he becomes much more smarter, much more wise, much more technology savvy. That is the fear that I have, that hope you, as technology is becoming smarter, smartphones, no? As technology is becoming smarter and smarter, hope we people, humans, are not getting dumber and dumber. Okay? So remember, technology is only an enabler. And if all these things that we talked about, business, processes, organization, people, if that is not in place, then technology will only accelerate your efficiencies or your inefficiencies. So what I say is, if the cake itself, organizations itself, in these aspects are not good, if the cake itself is, pardon my French, shitty, no matter how much of nice icing or technology you put on top, it will be of no use. I will close there and I will open for questions. Thank you very much for your patient listening. I can promise you, ma'am, I did not see anyone sleep. I did not see anyone look at their phones. Everyone was very attentive. So we said we'll have a few questions, right? I don't know how we are doing on time, because when an HR guy gets a phone, a mic, he will not leave it. And I'm no exception.
But I'm sure the audience doesn't want to leave you so early. But so great presentation, crisp, very profound and very insightful. Thank you so much for that. Airbus is a great brand. Yeah. I mean, howsoever you want to study it, no one sees any flaws in it. Yeah. I want to ask you, what makes it so great? What are these people, pro people, or where does this muscle come from? You know, the muscle for perfection, the muscle for a perfect brand as such, people-wise. Thank you.
Madam, there are three things that are at the center of our organization. One is safety. Second one is compliance. And the third one is care for people. But I think what established us, what is keeping us going, and what will be our highlight for the future is one word that we talk about is humility. You will never hear loud things about Airbus wherever you go. If I tell you today that we just won a 500 contract with Indigo, or 250 aircraft contract with Air India, we are going to make 60 aircrafts for the defense forces. The first C295 will be, we will have the ceremony on Monday in Hindon near Ghaziabad. You will be surprised. It was born out of humility, where the European organizations who had been at war with one another, France and Germany, Spain and UK coming together to set up something saying, let's establish something. Even after us becoming in 50 years, our organization is not more than 55 years. In 50 years, becoming the A company, while the B company is left behind. And in the future, continuing with this commitment is the word humility. It's not easy, but that's what we've tried to maintain all throughout the organization. That's when you do this.
Hello, sir. This is Niti Bhatt. So my question to you is Airbus being highly employee centric, and along with that, it is also highly future oriented. And this is not just India Airbus that I'm talking about, globally as well. How do you maintain that balance? Because usually these two do not go hand in hand very well across organizations, be it any industry for that matter. So how do you ensure, you being a part of the HR industry for that matter, how is that done? And if you could just share those insights.
I normally joke and I say, if you want any program to succeed within the organization, you ask my employees, they will hear me. They'll say, don't involve HR at all in that project. Jokes aside, but I think what we try to do is, when we look at our values, integrity and trust and respect for people is a few things that we really focus upon. And no doubt, yes, we are working on technology, what we say commonly, rocket science. Yes, we also work on rocket science because we have our own rockets that we launch into space. It is called Ariane 5 and Ariane 6. I think what we do is creativity and innovation is in the DNA of all employees. You'll be surprised if I tell you that me being in HR, I also support innovation cell projects or business accelerator projects in the entire of the country. So what we do is internally and externally, we run business accelerators. Any idea is not a bad idea. You can take it further, and if it makes the cut, then you can work on it separately. We give them the funding. But what I was coming to is, even in HR, we have something called HR Innovation Lab, where it's not only left to business, but we also look at innovation within the HR organization. When everyone was talking about self-focused teams, self-motivated teams, we also did a lot of work on these aspects. But I think the main essence is openness and trust. Anything that is going to happen, the whole organization knows that is going to happen. Let me give you an example. How do you normally generate the values of an organization? Normally, in any organization, you get consultants from the outside, right? You hire them, and then they come up, they study your organization, bleed you for crores of rupees, and then they will come out and say, these are the 4 or 5 values that you have. This should be good. Or the founder of the organization says, this is what I established the company as, so this is the values. Or the senior leadership sits together and says, this is the values that we have, or a combination of all these things. You know how we started the value journey about 8 or 10 years ago? We did not have values till then. What we did is we got all the employees to come together and say, what do you think is your 1, 2, 3 values that we should imbibe, and you see it being imbibed within the organization after 40 years of working together. We did that. Then we voted on it globally. Then we identified champions for the top 3 or 4, and that's how we got our value system. That's what I'm talking about, is transparency in the way we operate. And it is not employee-centric. And I'll talk about it some other time. If you're interested, we can exchange. It is family-centric. It's not employee-centric. During COVID, or even if you look at all the processes and systems or recognitions and appreciations we have, we do it with the family. If an employee completes 10 years, we give him a 10-gram gold coin. But if he's a guy, who comes and collects it on the stage on the annual day, the spouse, or if the spouse is not there, the mother. We don't give it to the guy. He will sell it and he'll buy an iPhone. So that's a little bit. Every organization, to understand an organization, you need to look at what we normally, sadly in HR say soft skills, but those soft skills are the hard skills that make all the difference between organizations. Technology is the same, right? Everyone can have access to it. It's the people that make the difference.
Check. Thank you, sir. I believe all of us have grasped the immersive importance of having a framework to achieve our goals. Now, we would take a moment to... Okay. There's one more question. All right.
Easy one, huh? Hope you have not looked at Chat GPT and said, what is the question that Suraj always avoids answering?
Good evening, sir. This is Angela here. Sir, I had a question. How do you define the new age HR manager or HR manager of future? So if you have any challenging experience of your own, so you can please share it with us.
I think if you give people flexibility and the authority and the autonomy and the freedom to do things, you can go all around the world and still work will be done. What I tell my people, I'll tell you one small thing that I tell my team. They're great guys. If they were not great guys, I wouldn't be roaming all around India and talking at IIMs and conferences and seminars. I tell them, if there is something good that you have done, don't tell me about it. Strange, no? But if there is anything wrong or a mistake you've made, immediately come and tell me, because that's my job to make sure that I correct you and support you on that. And we still have positions in HR.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now you can start, I guess.
Okay, so now we will take a moment to felicitate Mr. Suraj with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Vanna Sonwane, Director at SIOM, to please do the honor.
Disappoint you. Oh, I thought the hamper was coming. No, I don't get one. Huh? Thank you.
We're also delighted to present the speech that ma'am has already presented. And now we're going to take another time to thank our sponsors, who are Skoda, our official title sponsor, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Tanu's Herbals, our official beauty partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. We are very grateful for your support.
All that starts well ends well. Before the sun sets completely and we drive back to our destinations, I just hope the learning stays wild. Now, I request the convener of the HR Summit 2023 Delhi chapter to please join us to deliver the vote of thanks and conclude this event with his experience so far. Please give a big round of applause for Pratik Ranjan, convener of HR Summit 2023 Delhi chapter.
Check. Thank you, Ankesh and Sorita. Good evening, everyone. Indeed, this is the D-Day, precisely the most awaited moment of my life till now for past few months. I always believe that when you don't make excuses, you will make miracles. वो कहते हैं ना, अगर किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे मिलाने की कोशिश में जुट जाती है. That's what happened in G20. So I'm just curious that if some magician has backed us throughout this incredible HR Summit journey, or I'm just elated to give this vote of thanks. It all started with a dream to propel the existing stature of HR Summit, the flagship event of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. Today, when I stand on dais, I am not just delighted, I am blessed, because blessings are the feeling which drive you back to your home. Delhi being my home and being the convener of HR Summit 23 Delhi chapter, I feel surreal. As the secret of getting ahead is getting started, I still remember the day, 4th May 2023, exactly 4 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days back. Probably the longest, I believe, in SIOM history, when I was held responsible for writing the next success story of this Delhi chapter of HR Summit. Look at the present. What has started as a dream is now reality. They say that great event does not happen. They are curated, they are planned. And talking about planning, we all needed to shift and pivot the whole journey to this day from the 9th September. And I'm very delighted it was possible because of your presence today. My sincere gratitude to all the speakers and our delegates for accepting our invitation and spending the day full of learnings and experiences. We look forward to facilitating networking and learning opportunities. A massive round of applause to all the great minds present in the arena. A big thank you to Nelson Satya sir for conducting the Mastering AI in HR workshop. The knowledge you have shared, sir, in your presentation will surely have a lasting impact on our participants. Many thanks to our delegates and corporate leaders for their active participation throughout the event. I believe you will take away the learnings from the keynote, panel discussion, and AI workshop that I'm sure will help you to stimulate the graces in the human resources domain. A big thank to our director, ma'am, Dr. Vanna Sonwane, for always facilitating the right mentorship while making decision in carrying forward this HR Summit 2023 journey, ma'am. Many thanks to our faculty in charge, Dr. Yashomandira Khade, ma'am, and also acting as a corporate relations head at our college, for always ensuring that we are on the right path while planning both the Nasik and Delhi chapter of this year's summit. This event would have not been possible without the ardent support of our sponsors. A big thank you for taking care of our goodies and other facilitating services. We look forward to more fruitful collaborations ahead. A big thank you to our faculty members for their availability and guiding us throughout the event. Thank you very much for our campus admin, Colonel Su sir and his team, and our administrative officer, Rajesh sir, for their continued support. Thank you to IT head, Mahesh sir, for keeping the spirit of hybrid working alive and helping us in live streaming part. A special mention to Sameer sir, Manisha ma'am, Sarita ma'am, and Yogesh sir for working with us hand in hand, and all those who have supported day and night to ensure the smooth running of this summit. I also ensure sincere gratitude to the students back at SIOM. Their suggestion has helped us to benchmark this event for the upcoming batch 23-25. Coming to the team, that literally grilled with me even at the start and even when we need to pivot it. Thank you will be too less to express my gratitude to you guys. Really, your support and belief are the pillar for this year's summit. To each one of those 107 souls who have put all to make this summit happen, I really owe my gratitude to all you guys. Thanks a lot. And with your permission, I like to call my team of Avengers now. They are the ones who prefer to wear business casuals and stood by way like a superheroes without wearing a cape. Starting with the convener of Nasik Lake, Miss Ondila Day, who stood with me, keeping shoulder to shoulder at every step of planning and making this event possible. Program and events vertical, led by Pratmesh Ratodikar and Sorata Banerjee, along with Jamin, Sri Harsha, Chetna, and Ankita Sanke, the superheroes behind designing the event theme and onboarding such illustrated speakers. Registration and invitation vertical, led by Devdashni Hota and Krishna Suman, with Emmanuel Vaz and Utkarsh, for leaving no stones unturned for inviting esteemed delegates and corporate leaders all around the Delhi. Logistics vertical, led by Rupanchi Rastogi and Mihir Gaikwad, along with Sarthak, for seamlessly managing the entire logistic and travel for a speaker and managing the venue. IT infrastructure and venue vertical, led by Rohit P and Vijay Lakshmi Hiramat, along with Vaibhav, for taking care of the tech side of the event, starting from the website design to lights and venue. Coming to sponsorship vertical, led by Aditya Kahare and Ashutosh Deple, for bringing on such a wonderful set of sponsors without whom the event wouldn't be possible. Communication and public relation vertical, led by Saurav Singh and Suraj A, along with Arun, for their continuous support in designing and creating engaging marketing content and branding over the entire period. Last but not the least, Ankesh Singh, the mentor of comparing team, for ensuring that we deliver right word at the right time. Some of mine are those also. Now, before we say final goodbyes, I would like to invite Yashomandira ma'am, Vanna ma'am, and all our esteemed speakers and panel members, and Nelson sir to please join on stage. Now let's take a moment to appreciate the collective efforts that made this event a grand one. Thank you for being part of this extraordinary experience. A big round of applause for all of us. Yeah, ma'am, just 2 lines. The major ones. Let's promise together that we strive definitely in our world to make this world a better place to live. With this, I, Pratik Ranjan, convener of HR Summit 2023, Delhi chapter, extend my gratitude to all the brilliant minds and happy souls for coming together and making this event a grand one. We'll surely connect in next year with our 16 editions. Till then, thank you, stay safe, take care. Thanks a lot.
Present over here. We're requesting everyone join for tea. Thank you so much. Happy networking.